Every week I'm so tempted to just open this window right here because it swings in. I could just swing one panel in. Yeah, so like between my hands, this middle part between my hands is hinged outward. So when if I were to push out right here, it would go like this, and then I'd be able to like poke a head out, and it would be perfect.
It's the classic. Who's gonna know? They're gonna know.
You know what though? Here's the reason why I've never like tested that theory, because that thought has run through my head. But I've never tested that theory because, much like everything else in this school, I'm worried there's probably some sort of structural integrity reason why these don't open. And it'll be me who does you know what, I'm finally going to just see how this goes. And I open it and the whole panel crashes down into the gym because they're not actually bolted in or something. So,
I mean, what would make you worry about that? I mean, it's...
Yeah. You weren't here the first season we played here, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was second or third.
So the very first season we played here, there was this running joke between like me and Conco and Brett and Sweet that like we weren't sure if this was even a real school or if it was a front for something, because there was just like stuff. There was just like random stuff everywhere that like didn't make any sense, but also like didn't make any sense that nobody would clean it up. So like a good example was there was like a bag of pickles just on the stage in the brine. Like a Ziploc baggie of pickles. And it wasn't like tucked in the corner where somebody missed it. It was just sitting there. So we were like, let's see how long the pickles last. They were there for 2.5 seasons before someone finally cleaned it up.
Oh, I gotta love it. We got a full stage today.
Oh, we're live. Peter just said we're live. Good evening. Rfhl, we're so live talking about bags of pickles up here. I hope you are ready for that 6:30 game. It's Rise and Brine time. It's time to get out here and watch the 6:30 matchup between the Meteor, Mayhem, and Le Tremblement. My name is 2.0. I'm joined by B. Svelty, Brian D'Angelo down in the penalty box. Brian, how you doing tonight, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great, Excited for the last regular season game before playoffs start.
My favorite part about this is the fact that we didn't know we were live for a few seconds. I cannot wait to hear how much of our bag of pickles conversation is now on YouTube. But here we go. We're getting started with this 6:30 matchup between two very closely matched teams. I believe the first time around when these two teams played, it was also a very, very close game until about the third period where one team pulled away. But Brian, what do you expect to see out of these two teams playing each other for the second time this season?
Well, I mean, you kind of have two different teams here. We have Les Tremblements at the bottom of the stats right now, and so they're itching for a win to go into the playoffs here. Mayhem's put a few weeks together really well, and let's see if they can continue to capitalize on that as they go into this last game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the Dan Hook effect, as many people who follow the league know. And hey, wait, there it is already. Dan throws a low and away shot in on Brett, who kick saves it right out to probably the hottest player in the league this season, arguably, Shane Rosengartner, who puts home top shelves a nice rebound goal there.
Yeah, that was a right place, right time. Just had a beautiful connection on that rebound.
So we were just talking about the Dan Hook effect, and wondering if that might be an impact maker for Le Tremblement, who, like you said, they were struggling a little bit this season, but they've also been missing their captain and first-round pick for probably about half the games, I think.
Yeah, and anytime you have Mark in that, you're always going to be in a game. He's one of the, I think he's leading the league right now in save percentage. So he keeps them in this, and this team is no joke. You got, Fish and Chips back there. Glenn's been one of the most standouts this season when it comes to play. They're nothing to snub your nose at.
Yeah, between Glenn and Shane, both being on fire these last 2 weeks for Le Tremblement, in terms of putting points on the board. They're getting a lot of production from their lower level draft level guys, and that's what you need out of a team when you go into the playoffs is a lot of that balanced scoring.
Yeah, absolutely. We almost had the same connection again between Dan and Shane on that rally here down by the penalty box.
So it'll be interesting to see how Meteor responds to that very quick opening goal. It might have even been inside the first minute because we've only just crossed 13 minutes left to play. And then right now in the corner, Fish is looking to set up that long shot. He's kind of Le Tremblement's equivalent to Paul here, who we know will take some deep shots. Paul looking a little clean shaven too. He looks like he's prepping the playoff beard for a run here. Looks like a spry, youthful little guy down there.
Yeah, he does. I mean, taking years off here. Maybe I'd need to trim the beard.
He's taken years off of his face with a beard trim, but also in terms of his stat output this season, he's looking like classic Paul Paradine, who is, I think, the all-time leading scorer for Rfhl. Just now, by the way, Mark stacked that pad down and keeps it down strong on a couple putback chances by Bob. Mark already looking pretty solid here. He's starting to look a little bit comfortable as we go on, and that's the kind of thing you don't want to see out of Mark in net. As soon as he gets into that rhythm, he's trouble for any team.
Absolutely. So far, it's been pretty evenly matched. I don't feel like any team has really dominated so far. That's good rallies on both ends, back and forth. Outside of the one going in for Le Trem. Oh, and Glenn almost put one in. Brett had in between his legs and just kept it from sneaking in.
Yes, that was a really close chance there for Le Tremblement's leading scorer, Glenn. And, I'll probably correct myself later by checking, but I think he was a 5th-round pick for Le Tremblement, but he is leading their team in goals and points.
I believe you're correct. I think he was the 37th pick in the draft this year, and he's 21st in points right now.
Yeah, Glenn is having a fantastic season. This is a good time to remind everybody because I know that Glenn is nominated for the Outplay Your Draft Spot Award. Any league member who is currently active, this is your reminder that the end of the year awards voting has gone out. Please make sure you check your email or the Discord for the link. It might even also be on Facebook, but make sure you cast your votes because, again, this is a regular season award. So you want to vote on the regular season outputs and production for some of these guys. So lots of nominees for both teams out there right now. And we see Dave King on the floor, too. He's a perennial defensive player of the year and someone that I think Meteor will lean on. And there's Paul right at the doorstep with a really nifty backhand goal to make this 1-1 and finally answering Mark in net here. It's 1-1 with 10 minutes left. What'd you think of that backhand, Brian?
Yeah, not much Mark can do about that. You catch Paul all by himself, uncontested, and Paul didn't even wait on that backhand. He fired it right away. Just went over left shoulder of Mark. Not too much you can do about that. We got a tie game.
It's looking like we're going to have another good game on our hands here. A nice close game. I think that it's important for Meteor not to get themselves into a pickle with too many quick goals early on because Le Tremblement has had a couple good cross crease attempts that have just either been wide or just missed connecting, and they're leading to some chances here and there.
Yeah, Dan Gladding, there was a nice pass over to Dan Gladding here on the right-hand side. He just he pulled a whiff like I did last week. He's going to he's going to be a little salty about that one.
Well, sometimes we are at the mercy of the will of the puck, and it'll do what it wants to do and be a little bit quicker than we want it to be. But the passing so far has been great by Le Tremblement. Speaking of, just now, Meteor turning it over in the middle, and now the Le Tremblement are in the danger zone here. Goes all the way down and gets covered up by Mark. Dan is throwing some. He's throwing some spears out there. The passing is pretty darn good for Dan. He's finding guys, and he doesn't look rusty at all for not playing at least half the season so far. Goes down into the corner, and Dave King collects, throws it up. Really great play, and here comes Dan going the other way. He's still got that speed. He finds Shane, but Brett reads the pass and is already sliding to make the save and got himself squared up pretty quickly there. That was a good read by Brett, expecting that pass to come.
Yeah, it was a good pass by Dan. I thought he had the shot there, and he saw the open man, and and just Shane tries to return the favor, goes through traffic, and Dan just can't connect.
Yeah, right now I got to say a lot of the passing attempts for Le Tremblement, they're gherkin, so they're doing a good job for them, and I think it's they're certainly getting a lot of those through where most teams might not be able to do that. A little bit of a battle here in the middle between Cody and Dan. Cody comes away there, throws down to Bob. Bob turns it over to Dan, who takes a quick shot. And did that hit the post, or did Brett make that save?
No, I hit the post.
It looked like Brett's leg was a little slow to get down there, but it was hard to tell from up here. Ooh, Fish with a long shot that comes up and catches Brett right in that collarbone area. He doesn't seem to be phased, so I don't think it caught him in the mask as much as it might have looked like. And there's Paul again, this time making a little move around Dan, nothing fancy. And instead of ripping anything with a slapper, he just took a quick little snap wrister and beats Mark on the far post. It's 2-1 Meteor with 7 minutes to play.
Yeah, I think Mark just didn't see it. I mean, there was a little bit of traffic there in between Paul, and he just does that quick wrister, and not too much you could see on that, at least from this angle.
Paul is very good at making that real quick last-second adjustment to the shooting angle, pulling it right around a pair of feet or around a stick, and then ripping a fast shot. When he's not on the point ripping long, clappers all game, he can make a couple moves in the corner. A little bit of a tangle up here in the corner. It looked like Fish might have gone down on Cody's stick there, stepped on it and started to slide, but no penalty call. Fish didn't go all the way down. It was a gentleman's game in the corner there. Brett makes a save, and it's stuck in the leg pad. Paul pulls it out, and we're going to have a resume play here.
Yeah, Paul getting a little fresh over here with Brett. Leg down his pads.
Great block by Dan Gladding on the first attempt by Paul. The second attempt was a pass to Bob, and it was a good save by Mark. And again, Mark looking a little bit more settled here, even though they're down 2-1. He's got a little bit more of the shots that he's seeing a little bit easier, I think. Brett's had a couple that are moving around a little on him. That was a tricky one there. Bob threw one into the middle to Cody, who actually shot it. It might have been kind of out of the air there, and instead of hitting the deck and go to the butterfly, Mark poked it away with his stick. It's a bold and confident strategy in net there.
Yeah, and Le Tremblant is doing a good job of cutting off the angle to Paul. Paul keeps swinging around the point, trying to get open, give an outlet to Cody, and they've got nothing. So good defensive stand here by Purple.
Yeah, they're set up on defense right now. I will say Meteor is doing a good job of controlling the puck, but Le Tremblement are up to the task by containing it. I will say sometimes at a certain point, you got to get that puck back, though, because it's hard to maintain that level of positioning and focus when you're stuck and pinned without possession for too long. Speaking of, the puck comes bopping around, and I think that was looking for the call. It looks like we're getting from up here. I thought it surely was a goal. Surely looked like a goal.
I thought it was too. I already updated the score bug, and now I just retracted my statement here.
So, so Cody went for a wrap, and the puck squirted to the far post, where Bob did his very best to poke that home and chip that in.
Well,
That one's barely a goal.
Yeah, it's a moot point now. I mean, they were jarring for the puck right in front of the net there, back and forth, and I thought someone jammed it in, but it just didn't happen.
So we have a quick goal to start the game for Le Tremblement, and then 3 straight goals, a natural hat trick from Paul, who has put Meteor ahead 3-1 with 3.5 to play here in the first. Going back to that one, Mark, if that wasn't a goal, Mark must have flashed a right toe save that is, I don't know, unmatched in terms of speed. I don't know how he would have gotten over to that.
Well, from the angle that I had here, I mean, it looked like it was sitting just beyond the line in the net. Obviously, I can't see the line from here, but there was no leg pad. There was no nothing there. It was just out in the open. And then when I saw that, I went to the laptop to update the score, and then I must have not saw what transpired after that. So,
well, it's a good time to remind everybody that the referees for our league, we got to thank them each and every week. They're all volunteers. It's all league members who choose to ref other teams' games. And I know the referee down in that corner is Paul Fridman, and he's right on the line from what I can see. So my guess is if that got in there, he would have had the best view of the house. And if he didn't call it, then it was no goal for sure.
I agree. And I mean, who am I to say if it was a goal from 50 feet away?
Paul in the corner, and he gets around Glenn, who then gets the shot. Big save by Mark. Fish collects, and it's a 2-on-1, but nobody goes to Fish. He takes the shot, but Brett makes the big save, and it gets punched all the way down. It got 3 pepper sucker punched all the way down, if you will. Paul looking to collect in the corner. He pokes at it. He throws it in. I gotta say, so far this game, Brian, I don't know if you've noticed, but I haven't seen Paul set up or take the long shot all that much. And I know that that's his bread and butter. So I'm just wondering when he's going to get back to his style of play. But maybe that's what's working for Meteor right now. They're mixing it up a little. Oh, great turnover there by Dan.
Oh, man. Brett with the kick save there. I agree with you. He hasn't been taking them off the freeze, but he has been taking them from the point when he's fed along in the offensive zone. So he's still taking, the long shot through traffic. It's just not the immediate one off the freeze.
A bit of a kick block there on the pass back to Dan Gladding, who's fighting for it in the middle. And oh my God, hey, hello. That was a great shot through 2-player screen. I don't know if it got redirected or not. It looked like it hopped or bounced and caught Brett off guard, but Dan Gladding, at least from my viewpoint, snipes one home into the top left corner and gets Le Tremblement right back into this with under a minute to go.
I completely missed it. I was looking at the stats sheets, and then I heard the whistle. So no notes.
I think it was him. It looked like it might have caught a foot, but it might have caught one of the feet of the players who were closer to Dan than they were to Brett, because he made a nifty move to pull it between 2 defenders and get that shot off. And Brett acted, at least the way he reacted to it, didn't look like he saw it very cleanly. So, oh, what a pass across there by Dan. These guys are absolutely threading some passes right now, and as soon as one of these guys connects on Le Tremblement, I can see them starting to pile on a few more goals than they have so far. But that brings us to the end of the first period. It's 3-2 in favor of Meteor, and so far a close game. A couple of stretches with goals where one team pulled a little bit of ahead, but I would say both teams are playing equally well right now. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. For the first game into the final game of the regular season, when there's close ones like this, I relish it. It's just so good to see stiff competition against Butler here. Good game. I'm excited for the next two. I was going to get Mark, but I think with my headset, it's going to be a little more difficult to get an interview here. Let me see if I.
Yeah, he's got his helmet on still. Get Bob. Bob's right in front of the net there. You can grab him and put him right in front of the camera.
What is?
In front of the camera.
Bob, how's it going? 2.0. How's it going, Bob?
Not bad. Did that goal look
Not
in?
bad.
You know, that goal?
Hey, we were
Was it
talking
in?
about that up here, and at least from my view, I thought surely it must be in, but I never saw it hit the back of the net. So if they were saying Mark got his toe on that, then that's pretty wild. But I
Maybe.
thought for sure that should have been a goal.
I mean, Paul Freeman gets it right usually, so I'll take his word for it.
Yeah, he's
So.
pretty good about being right on the line. Hey, it's a 2-3
Yep.
game. You guys jumped out to a decent lead after getting a goal scored on you in the opening minute. What do you guys got to do to build that lead back up and feel a little bit more comfortable through the rest of these two final periods?
Just keep on winning puck battles and get shots on goal.
We were noticing that your game plan seems a little bit different among some of your players. Some of the guys not playing the traditional roles that they're usually playing. Did you guys talk about switching it up tonight, or are you just kind of going with the flow of things?
Well, playoffs are coming, so we got to give different looks, right?
Hey, yeah, you got to keep your opponents guessing no matter who that matchup's going to be. I'll let you go, Bob. Have a good second and third period.
All right. Thanks, Stu.
Thanks. That was Bob Haynes, captain of the Meteor Mayhem there. And I got to say, Brian, when he drafted his team, we noticed a lot of connections, specifically with some familiarity. Him and Paul and Mike Curry, their rookie, have played together in NBHL before. And then, of course, Bob has played, I think he's played with Brett before, but a lot of players on that team have some familiarity with each other. And maybe now's the time where we're seeing that kind of coalesce the way we were hoping, or they were hoping to see as we get into playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? I've always thought that Mayhem has probably the most experience and most hockey knowledge amongst all the teams. I think they had a little bit of a slow start to the season, but obviously they have the recipes for success. We'll see how they turn out here in the last regular season game, and they're near the top of the standings, so something's clicking for them.
Yeah, I think they might have had a tough start to the season, and they've really settled in for the most part here. Big turnover there by Foss, who gives it away to Dan, who cuts right up the middle, but Brett makes a great kick save with that right pad. Ooh, tough chance there for Glenn. He saw Dan going, but Paul, with his hockey IQ that you were talking about there, got the stick down and broke up the pass before it could get through the lane. Another stop there by Paul on Dan's attempt to either shoot or pass. It was hard to tell there. And Paul with space and time. He gets another one here. He's got all 4 Meteor Mayhem goals. It's 4-2 with 14 to play. And so far, the common denominator I've noticed is his shot being very good in open space. As soon as he beats a guy and he gets that little bit of space, he's getting a shot off. And it's going in pretty regularly. I think he just got another one.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe we jinxed it here. We said in the first period that he wasn't taking those long shots, and he's been just spearing it from the back here by his net. You're right. He's the 100% the offensive power for this team, but it's not for the lack of his team setting him up. I mean, this isn't a one-man show by any means.
Yeah, they Le Tremblement better be careful. They're going to get themselves into a pretty big pickle here in a second. The puck gets thrown right in the front here, and it's poked and eventually saved by Mark. But he's going to want those last 2 ones back, I think, too, because both were longer shots with clean looks, and they still got by him here. 5-2 with 13 to play. Mark covers it up, and Le Tremblement make the change for their personnel. Let's see if a little bit of a change of pace among the players on the court will help them snap back into this here.
Yeah, and I'd say it's not for the lack of play on Le Tremblement's part right now. I feel like they've been connecting on passes. They've been moving the puck well. it's kind of one of those things where the luck of the shot. Well, and looks like we may have a penalty here on Bob.
Oh, we should make Sweet go out in the middle and call it like we were talking about. Do the. I know all the hand signals for all the penalty calls, but I don't know if all the refs do. So it looks like I got a tripping call here by Bob here, which will give Le Tremblement the power play until 11:35 left in the second period. Puck goes into the corner, and Le Tremblement are still looking to set up. Cody's doing a great job of mucking things up, and he throws it in there. So far, Le Tremblement look a little bit off kilter with this power play. They're just looking to find a little bit of space. Another blocked pass there by Cody, who does a great job of throwing it all the way down behind the net, and Le Tremblement have to reset. So far, they're looking a little crunchy on this power play. Nothing's getting too... Oh, my goodness gracious. As soon as I say something, we have a goal of the year candidate, potentially. I think it's a clean goal.
Yeah, I mean, it looked below the waist to me, but he batted that out of the air like it was, low and outside.
The puck popped up in the air, and I do believe that the call is that the stick has to be below the crossbar, like where the puck hits the stick has to be below the crossbar. But he did. He had the stick below his waist and also jumped up into it. I don't know if you saw that or not. So
yeah, a little bit of a hopper there.
Yeah. And looking to turn the corner, gets poked, but he almost burned two players on Meteor on that play there.
And now we're starting to see the Dan takeover of the game, trying to control it, realizing he's got to dig his team out of this hole.
Yes, yeah, it's a good point, because he will make that impact very quickly and can catch you off guard. People might have forgotten that in his absence, but he can certainly take control of a game pretty quickly with the best of them. Puck is down in the corner here. We got a battle between Shane and Dave King, who comes away with the puck. He looks for Paul, who has parked himself right in the middle, down by Mark, in an area he's not really known for being, but he's certainly playing forward a little bit more than you typically see. Trying to get himself in that in the blender in front of the net there, the jar, if you will. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting because I feel like Mayhem really had control of this second period. They 3 goals right away, or 2 goals, I mean, right in the beginning. Dan's goal there was a momentum killer. So it'll be interesting if Mayhem can preserve their lead and keep this going. But right now, there's life in Le Tremblement. And Dan's shot there just kicked off of the right-hand post and ricocheted out. Good luck, just didn't catch. And there it is from Fish and Chips.
Yeah, he's got that big shot when he needs to. He can put a little vinegar into it and really make a shot powerful from the point, and that one brings them within 1. It's 5-4 with just over 9 minutes to play here, and it's the tale of the first period all over again. A bunch of goals from Meteor, and then a slow pullback by Le Tremblement to keep it close, and we still have a 1-goal game after everything right now. Puck goes down into the corner here with Shane looking to throw it across the middle, but he had 2 Meteor players waiting for it. Paul picked it off. Paul's pass to Fos, just a little ahead of him, but Fos does collect. He's still battling with that puck. Paul receives a bit of a sour pass there by Mike Curry, but it got there. It was just it had a little heat to it, a little bit of an atomic pass, if you will. So Paul collects, and he's got it right in front of the net. Dan's doing a good job of boxing him out, and he does get a foot on that for the blocked shot. Dan collects, and he looks to throw it up the wall. It hits the basketball hoop, and it's still jumping around down there. Dan still marking Paul. Paul makes a tough move in front of the net and gets a nice shot off. It looked like he was trying to pull that all the way across for the far post shot, and he wasn't quite able to do it, but he still came close. Oh, and a great pass out front by Glenn, but it's right into the feet of Shane. Paul makes a great shot on the counter there.
Yeah. Foes had just a good setup to Paul there, and Mark able to keep it in between his legs there, close the 5-hole, didn't let it sneak in.
Puck's looking a little skippy down there right now. It's heating up a little bit. Great pass by Danu. If that hit him a little bit cleaner, that went right to Glenn, and it hit him clean. But if he would have collected that a little cleaner, Glenn might have wanted that back, because that little hesitation was enough for Brett to get set up and ready for that. Puck is in the corner. Glenn is looking for a streaking fish, but he just throws it out in front of him. Paul makes a nice inside cut there. He's got two Le Tremblement players coming together to keep him off that puck. Fish makes a nice shot to the far post, but Brett makes the windmill glove save and makes sure he knows he's got it. Brett loves those windmills, doesn't he?
He does, but they're usually deserved. I mean, they're no air guitar.
Long shot by Curry, gets blocked down by Dan, but he can't poke it ahead enough to keep it away from Paul, and Paul collects in the deep end of his own side. Long shot goes off the wall. Puck is still live. It's good.
Interesting now that Le Tremblement's taken over some of the control in the second period. Now we're seeing the freeze shot from Paul out deep, and Mike Curry able to collect his own rebound and backhand it in past Mark.
That was a nice move to pull that to his backhand. Yeah, nice move to pull that to his backhand and tap that home. Mark looked frustrated with himself. It made me wonder if he lost control of that rebound more than he wanted, or didn't read the pull or something. But Mike, calm, cool, and collected in front of the net, puts it home. It's 6-4 Meteor with 5.5 to play in the second period.
Oh, yeah, I was kind of saying.
Great backdoor pass there.
A little bit of negative connotation, but obviously it's working for them because it set up his teammate to get the rebound and put it in. So what do I know?
Well, one of the questions I asked Bob in the intermission interview was, we noticed that there were some things that were not that they were doing that were not the expected things you typically see out of their team. And I said, did you guys talk about that going into the game, or is it just kind of happening naturally? And he said, well, we got to give teams different looks going into the playoffs. You want to keep people guessing. So they're either living up to that naturally, or they came into this game with a game plan, and it's certainly working out for them, because they lost that lead with maybe 45 seconds into the game, and then tied it up, took the lead, and they've never given it back since. They've been in the lead from that second goal on.
Yeah, that sounds like coach speak from him, and obviously the coaching's working here. They have maintained the lead. They're maintaining control in this second half of the second period here.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Bob definitely has done one of those interviews before. He knew what he was saying, and he got coached up by his PR department pretty well before that one. So,
yeah.
Oh, big kick save there by Mark, right off one of the Grillos. Long shot hits Mark right in the chest, covers up. We've got just under 4 to play. Mark's waiting for his team to make changes. He drops the puck. Bob starts counting. Fish takes a long shot, blocked by Paul. Chopped at by Bob in front of the net. Oh, goodness gracious. Fish tried to forehand that through the middle, and Paul read that really well. Oh, tough one there. Fish definitely, I thought that might have been a trip call there, but maybe they thought it was incidental contact. No call right now, and the play continues.
Maybe we already got playoff refs here, letting the guys play.
Dan Gladding clears the front of the net there. He's pretty close. Better be careful about what you say. I see one of those zebras right next to you, so.
I know. I gotta keep my mouth shut down here.
Paul throws him in
This,
front of the net. Glenn comes away with
Yeah,
it. It's a 2-on-1. That's going to be a hand
good bat
pass.
out by Dave. Yeah.
It was a good bat out. You know, a couple seasons ago at the Y, I feel like there was a time period where we kind of matched the rules a little bit, where you can actually bat it out of the defensive zone in the NHL, and it's not a hand pass, but it's such a small court that I wonder if like batting it past midcourt and then getting touched by your teammate is part of the reason that gets called there. But who knows? What do I know, right? So Dan is out there with the puck in the corner.
Minutes. Down to about 2 minutes left in the second here.
Glenn battling it out with Fos in the corner. Goes all the way across, and now it's Dan Gladding's turn to battle Dave King to get it to the front. Looking for Dan at the point, who does a good job of covering Paul. Puck gets blocked on his shot attempt. It pops way up in the air, but does not touch the top of the court. Ooh, and that one just got past Dan. What a poke save by, that was, oh my goodness. I got to say, Mark was in a pickle there, and he did a great job to spear that out with his stick. He did a wonderful job of reading Paul looking to pull that across, and he just got down there and blocked that. It was poof. If I were Dan, I'd be a little salty about missing that puck there, but it got through. You know, and sometimes it does.
That was just a bad bounce. Not much Dan could do about it, but Paul, turned on the heat at the end there and tried to make something happen. Ooh. And Mark again with save. Jeez.
Yeah, he's flashing those Grillos pretty good now down there. Oh, and Brett, not to be outdone, he flashes his pillow and it makes a big save.
This has been a good game so far. This is turning into an instant classic.
Hey, and the quick turn and shoot by, I believe, Dan Hook makes it a 1-goal game. It's 6-5 with 45 seconds left in the second period. I chuckle because, you know, both periods have seen Meteor claw their way out to a big lead and then slowly have that lead chipped away. And of course, we've got another 1-goal game here.
Okay, 30 seconds left.
Puck deflects up high and to Brett, who makes the save, drops it for Paul, who's probably looking to take a shot. He does, blocked by Shane Reisinger. Still in the corner. 15 seconds left. Paul takes a long shot. It goes wide. Dan collects 10 seconds. He might be looking to get the last shot of the period. Throws it up to Fish. I think it's Fish beneath me. He throws a backhand on that. He didn't have much else. And that'll do it for the second period. It's 6-5. It's a great game. As we've said, the Meteor has climbed into a little bit of a lead each time, and then that pocket slowly gets taken away from them, and Le Tremblement have managed to keep it a 1-goal game here going into the third. Brian, what do these two teams got to do for Meteor? What do they got to do to seal this victory, to pull ahead and stay ahead and not keep it too close? Or what does Le Tremblement got to do to finally get over the hump and get that lead back for the first time since the opening goal?
You know what? I think Meteor's got to keep up with the traffic in front of Mark. He's been letting some of those rebounds out. They've gotten some, dirty goals in front of the net, and just putting the pressure on frustrating Mark by clogging the middle there. So I think they got to keep up with that and feeding that off from Paul's end. You know, Le Tremblement's just got to keep moving the puck and keep Brett going side to side. You can't just take the straight on shot to Brett. You got to keep him moving, and so they got to play the perimeter, move it around, and take those quick shots and capitalize.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Meteor is definitely deliberately trying to get those point shots that muck things up in front of the net. And it's been pretty successful for them so far. I see you hunting for a player, maybe.
2 seconds. Quick.
Yes, sir.
Paul, the question of the hour. Brian did a good job of finding you for me. Hey, first period, wraparound chance by Cody, comes across the net to Bob, who throws from up here. I thought for sure a goal. You say no goal, stayed on the line. Did Mark get a save on that? Did he get a piece of that? What did you see?
From what I could see, I couldn't see the puck in the back of the net. I saw Mark's leg, and I couldn't see any orange. So
I stayed with no goal.
Admittedly, up here, I never saw the puck get all the way to the back of the net, but I couldn't, for the life of me, wrap my mind around it getting stuck under his leg. But you had the best view of the house, and you were right on the line, just like a good ref does. So good call down there. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Brian, you sly devil! What a smart play there to go and ask the referee for the intermission interview on probably the most controversial call of the game so far there. But as we suspected, Paul had a clean look at it and did his job of making sure that he stuck with the call he saw.
Well, and Les Tremblements looked like they were in a pretty deep team meeting there. I didn't want to, disrupt the vat over there of conversation. So.
Yeah, they certainly might be looking to make those adjustments that we were talking about so they can get over the hump, get the monkey off their back, get the pickle out of the jar, whatever saying you want to use to talk about them needing that lead back. And it starts with Fish making some great blocks so far on Paul. He's stepping up to him. He's making sure he's getting them block shots on Paul. And maybe that was a concern. Ooh, a little bit of a chop over the top there. That's one of the calls that I do wish maybe we see a little bit more of in the playoffs. Those guys who chop down over the top of a stick and then hold it there so that you can't move forward. In my mind, that's a hook, if not a slash on the first call. But I've seen it a lot this season. I wonder if we'll get a lot of those calls.
Yeah, it's that type of play isn't very kosher. I mean, it's not the best thing to be doing. So hopefully we see less of that going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if it happened, it's happened to me a couple times. It always leaves me about half sour. So I don't know. Oh my goodness, what a save by Mark there, backdoor to Paul, and he makes a big save. Meteor coming out strong here with some possession. They maintain it. Cody looking to try to hold it, and Mark.
We had a contested jump ball
yes.
between Mark and up front there.
A little bit of a confusion there. I think Fish was hoping Mark would cover it. Mark was probably thinking Fish passed it back. I don't think he did. And that could have been dangerous. They get out of that one.
This is what I was saying right before the period. Is there's a lot of loose pucks in front of Mark right now. They gotta cover those. Meteor can take advantage of that going into the third.
Yes, they certainly can. It's 5-6 here in the third period. Le Tremblement down one. They've been down one most of the game. They have not had the lead since the opening minute when they scored first. And they've got 12 and a half minutes to finally find that answer to the question, how do we take the lead and get back out in front of this one? And I don't think it's been, to be fair to both goalies, they've both been playing great. It's a pretty low scoring game right now. Both teams have had some good chances, but it's still only 6-5. So it's hard to say that any of this is, Le Tremblement's fault, because Brett's playing a great game and then Mark's playing just as great to keep Le Tremblement in this one. Oh, watch out there, Brian.
Yeah, I almost got speared by a stick there. You were saying it's a low-scoring game. You're absolutely right. It doesn't feel like a low-scoring game, though. This is so much offensive back and forth here. Yeah, I mean,
it's been if I had to define it or had to summarize it, it's been an offensive chance heavy game, but it's not been a shot heavy game.
Correct.
So far. There's been a lot of chances for both teams, but nothing that's come to the point of being a very shot heavy game back and forth here. So Glenn doing a good job of fighting Cody for the puck until Dan can come over. Glenn blocks Cody's pass attempt to Paul, who was kind of wide open on the far post there. Paul takes a long shot, just wide.
Paul's going to have to watch out. His follow through on that shot was pretty high, so I'm surprised Sweet didn't call anything out there.
Now, Sweet is simultaneously stretching and making sure he has the best view of whatever call should or should not be made. So, great pass ahead there, and then a nice, strong kind of power move there by Shane Reisinger to get to the middle. Take that shot. Glenn blocks Paul's shot, and he comes up limping just a little bit. Glenn doing a good job of marking Paul. I see him taking peeks every once in a while to make sure he hasn't lost track of him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people come up limping after those Paul Paradine shots. Injury last week. He's got a lot of mustard on that shot, whether it's the wrist or the slap that he has.
Yeah, he can certainly put a lot of vinegar behind that. So he gets a good shot off, and you'll feel it for at least 2-3 days after the game, if not more. We're just at the 10-minute mark left of the third period. Both teams are settling into a little bit slower pace after we were talking about the offensive chance-heavy game we've seen so far. Both teams seem content now to be a little bit more cautious to not give away that quick break play. And they're looking to throw the puck around. Oh, big turnover there. Glenn makes a huge chance for Le Tremblement to tie it, but Brett again with a great glove save. He flashes it. Good windmill there by Brett.
Yeah, honestly, Brett looks in the zone right now.
Brett's looking good, but I'll also say I'm noticing some signature Dan moves right now. He's turning on the heat when he needs to. Just as I was talking him up, he takes a great quick backhand shot that Brett never expected, and he ties it up for Le Tremblement 6-6 here in the third period with 9 minutes to go. What a great play by Dan. He's been putting himself in the right spots, and surely he was going to get one, and there it is, the backhand clapper, if you will.
Yeah, you know what? You're in this league, you're always guaranteed to have that, that little freebie that comes on the plate with your meal here on those type of shots. So occasionally you get them, and he capitalizes on it.
It was a great play, and I was just talking about how much he has been turning on the jets to turn the corner and beat a player, or how many times I've seen him make that move that ends up being a chance creator. Even right there, a great pass across to Dan Gladding, who gets all of it, but it just misses. I'm trying to finish the call here, but I'm pretty sure I saw Sweet just get hit in the chicken nuggets. So
no, it wasn't. It was in his core here. It didn't hit the. What did we call it the other day in the one of the streams? I forgot. The friendly zone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He got hit in the sternum. It wasn't in the friendly zone.
Okay, hit him right in the bread and butter basket. So.
Yeah.
Friendly zone. I forgot what I said that one time. That was good though. Hey, listen, I know we're having some fun up here. We're chuckling, but if you can't take me at my silliest, you certainly cannot. You don't deserve me at my goosiest. So. Dan makes a nice move around Fosse. He's got 2-on-1. Yes, halfway through the third, Dan is turning it on. Dan to Dan there. Dan Gladding made a nice move around Fosse, pulled the defender over to him, and then slipped a pass right across to Dan Hook, who just couldn't quite collect it cleanly for a shot. But Le Tremblement resets. It's 6-6 game, 7 minutes to go. Fish in the corner, battling Paul. Paul is going to do, I think, his typical. He's going to turn things on here a little bit, so watch out for that. A little bit of a grittier play, playing with a little bit more salt and vinegar, and certainly going to be trying to get his team the win, because he does have that little extra gear he always saves for the end of a game. And Brett spears that one out of the air with his glove and makes a little bit of a windmill. Maybe not a deserved windmill like the earlier ones, but he'll still make sure he does it anyways.
You're always guaranteed one or two of those undeserved windmills in a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know how goalies are.
Yeah,
he's a member of the goalie union up there. You know how goalies are.
Yes. The goalie union doesn't exist, remember?
First rule about goalie union?
Paul, first rule, yes. Paul makes a nice move, and Glenn and Shane looking to connect here. Paul's up and by himself. Dan comes in. Oh, he made a nice move around. He might have had the chance to wait out that defender a little bit longer, who was expecting the pass. Tremblemont playing with a little bit more fire under him right now. I got to say, they look like the team who wants this. Meteor looks like the team that are trying to figure out how they can recapture the magic they had earlier in the game. But Mark is also doing Mark things, and I'm not going to jinx them, but we're 5 minutes to go here, and we started this period a one-goal game, and only one goal has been scored. So do some Monroe math and figure that one out, but I'm not going to jinx them, so I'm not going to say anything. All right, I hear a lot of jabbering down there. What's going on, Brian?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
tensions up a little?
I'm trying to hear through the controversy over the count at the freeze.
Yeah, we're good for a couple of those each season, I think.
Yeah, speaking of freeze,
pass.
this door is wide open here, and it's like they're keeping me refrigerated over here. It's like I'm shaking. I should have had a hoodie.
Yeah, the temperature dropped quite a bit between yesterday and today. It's certainly a little chilly down there in the penalty box. But hey, you haven't had any company yet this game.
No, I just had Anders behind me, but he hasn't seen any of the games, so I didn't pull him in the conversation. Sweet's telling me just close the door, and I'm like, I'm watching the game.
Puck goes out of play. It's going to be purple puck. 4 minutes to go here. Again, Dan Hook with the goal that tied it up and finally got Le Tremblement back into a tie game for the first time since the opening whistle. Puck gets thrown into the middle, and we've got a little bit of a battle for it. Paul comes away and takes the long shot, turned away by Mark into the corner, who Fish then threads it across to his teammate, Dan Gladding, who throws it up to Dan Hook. He's got the puck in the corner. He's waiting for help. Might be looking for some line changes here soon for Le Tremblement. They've been out there for a minute. Great poke and steal there by Fish, but oh my goodness, the puck squeaks by him. And Mark makes a great toe save on Bob, who had a great far post chance there. Got another battle here in the corner. It's Fish and Cody. Cody, another player who's known to have a little bit of pep into his step towards the end of games here. He plays with a lot of passion.
Absolutely. The power of the polo over here always seems to be able to turn on the Jets at the end.
I always got to laugh. He looks like he shows up more ready for a round of golf than he does playing hockey, including the two-handed golf gloves. Instead of, I don't know if anybody else has ever noticed that. Not only is it strange that he's wearing golf gloves for hockey, but it's strange that he has one for each hand, because you don't typically wear two gloves in golf. So
I feel like he should be questioned on that. I don't know if they're golf gloves or if they're baseball, like batting gloves.
Well, they might be. They might be. The guy, I mean, I've only ever had a close enough look to know that they could be one or the other, but you might be right about them being batting gloves. Puck is popping around behind Dan Gladding, who still comes away with it. He's still got it. Little bit of a hook there by Bob, but no call. Poked by Dan, back to Dan. Dan looking for Dan. Dan behind the net. Throws it front to Dan, but Dan can't get it. Bob goes the other way, and he's got Dave King streaking Paul, but it doesn't connect. It was a great backdoor pass. 2 minutes left in the third period. We've still got a tie game. And Meteor's looking to put the counterattack on right now. Oh, and Dan comes away with it. He's got a break on Brett. He tries to move it across and poke it 5-hole, but Brett throws down the paddle and makes the save. Brett shuts the door on Dan, who Dan definitely made the right move to go 5-hole there, but Brett just got his paddle down to make that save.
Yeah, Dan did the right thing, but snap! Brett is there, able to follow and track the puck and doing Brett things down here. Minute 51 left.
Go ahead,
Brett. Called. I was just saying, minute 51 left. We had a timeout called by Les Tremblements, right? Yeah, it would be them because of possession. So
Yes, yeah, I think they did call that timeout after the Brett save and cover up, looking to at least try to get possession back. It's a smart play, even when so most teams, you might not want to do that when you've got the momentum. And I would say, I don't know if you agree, but La Tremblant feels like they've got the momentum, especially since they were the last team to score, but also because they've been possessing. But the counterpoint to that is it's always good to try to get the puck away from a free shot from Paul. So by calling that timeout, they at least give themselves a chance to avoid Paul getting the first shot off here with 1:50 left in the third period.
I don't think it's ever a bad idea to take that timeout. And I would say the only reason maybe is if you were playing against a team that was undermanned and you don't want to give them the free breather. That might be the one instance where I think you might not want to take that. But anytime that you can regain your breath, take a possession away, prevent that long shot, is not a bad thing, especially in a tied game like this.
Well, it was a smart and deliberate play by the Le Tremblement to make sure that they took advantage of that little nuancy rule that the RFHL has. But I've always liked that that's one of the rules that teams have found a way to kind of leverage a little bit, if you will. But not, it's not in a game-changing way. It's just in a smart play way.
No, absolutely. People have found the clause in the rules like that and been able to use it to their advantage.
Oh, a battle in front of Brett, and I heard a lot of shouting and a couple big saves and a couple big chances. We got about a minute left here. And as we suspected, I think things are going to get a little hectic. Even Dan just now almost got in there for that one.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little chippy down here, but you'd expect that.
Here's that battle from Paul that I always say he's got a little extra in the gas tank for that. Whoa, big play by Dave King there. It was a smart play because Paul hit him on a far post pass that he had mark dead to rights, and most players will still look to shoot there knowing they can go high and a goalie who's laying down. Dave King, though, knew to look right back to Paul across the crease, and Paul tapped home the easy one-timer. It's a 7-0 lead with 48 seconds left to play. Meteor makes a great play to get that goal to take the lead.
I'd say that pass by Dave was the play of the game right there.
It was a super smart play, and especially in crunch time. It's certainly, the kind of play you want to have from a team that we talked about having a lot of high hockey sense and hockey IQ. That's exactly the kind of play you expect out of them.
Yeah, you might have missed it underneath the Boner Jams press. There was Dan got tripped up by Paul, but Dan waved off the penalty saying, hey, that was just tangled, two guys going for the puck. So we still have 3-on-3 here.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds left. Paul with a little bit of a breakaway here, and he is able to tuck it home, and I think that'll just about do it. Paul.
Yeah, I think he just
easily.
He put the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he put the lid on the jar on this one. 17 seconds left, 2 goal. That's probably it.
I think by my Monroe maths, I think Paul had 6 or 7 of their goals. He certainly had, at one point, he had 5. So he either has 6 or 7 total out of their 8. And Dave King looks like he'll just kill this clock. And that'll do it for this opening game. The 6:30 game final score, Meteor Mayhem 8, Le Tremblement 6. It was a wire-to-wire battle. It was a close game, just like we expected. Brian, your final thoughts?
Well, I just consulted our AI agent for the RFHL. That was Brett's 100th win in this league. Only done by one other person, which is Conco. So 100th win there for Brett.
Wow, big game, big congrats to Brett for his 100th win there. And I'm going to turn it over here in a second. I think we've got our next broadcast team up in the Boner Jams Memorial Press Box. I've got the Bob with me, and as soon as he joins the Discord, I'll turn it over to him because, Bob, I got to go play a hockey game, bud. There he is. I think he just popped in.
That's right. We got Firestorm's announcing crew heading down to take the floor.
All right. Thanks for doing the next game, Bob. And Anders, you're down
I'll
here.
be sure
Are you
not to
doing
be
the
too biased against you.
next? All right. Catch you.
Hello, Bob. Can you hear me?
I can hear you great. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I can hear you phenomenally. Phenomenally. Go ahead.
Awesome. Well, you've got
Read it.
the Bob and the Mayor here, two guys with definite articles before their names. We're getting ready to call Storm Surge versus the Firestorms Hockey Club with some 7:30 Rochester Floor Hockey League magic.
I'm glad you
Mr.
were able
Mayor-
to make it here, man, and help me with some commentary. I appreciate it.
Yeah, happy to do it. Happy to do it. It was a good night to get out of the house, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
How do you want to run this tonight, Rob? Do you want to do the play-by-play, or do you want to do the color?
I'd love to do play-by-play.
All
Are you,
right,
you good with doing the score bug up there?
I can do the score bug.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So I took a look at this before I came here, and where there's a little bit on the line for standings here. After watching that last game, looks like Le Tremblement is locked up the 8th seed at this point. So now there's a potential of Storm and Tacticians who's going to take the 7th and 6th seed. So there's a little bit up in the air too for there's a lot of complications as far as Firestorm or where they're going to land. So I know every team's fighting for a W the last game of the season. I mean, you've been in this position where sometimes it's a must win, sometimes you're not really playing for anything. What do you think's going through everyone's heads tonight on how they want to play this game?
You know, I think the podcast did a great job of describing the parity in the league this season. You know, I'm really impressed by it. I know, we talk about parity a lot in the Rfhl, and the draft certainly has a lot to do with that. But this season really has impressed me with the parity and how different the scenarios can be, from a seeding perspective. And I don't remember who said it on the pod, but there's really no team you want to match up against. So I'm not sure the seeding is really in their heads too much as if it were me down there. I'm thinking this is my last chance before the playoffs, my last chance to tune up, my last chance to get that chemistry right, the last kind of low stakes game to play where you can iron out some of those kinks before you're playing for keeps. And so I think that's what would be going through my head right now if I'm in the yellow or green.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, for me, I think going into this last week, my mindset right now is I want to get that last W. I just want to go into the playoffs with a little bit of confidence. going in losing back to back or just losing in general just doesn't feel great. It's not a great feeling going into the playoff run. So, and then, I mean, not that these games don't matter, but I mean, starting next week, the games matter. So you really want to have as much confidence as you can going into those games.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, Storm Surge was riding a couple of winning streak here. If I remember correctly,
that was something. Go ahead.
Yeah, to string a third or fourth win together, whatever it is, heading into the playoffs, like you said, that's going to do a lot for confidence. And on the flip side, Firestorms here, they've had a rough second half, and I think just like you said, that confidence to end on a W, to end on a win after having a shaky second half of the season, I think would be a big difference between ending on a loss and then going into the playoffs with those question marks.
Yeah, I agreed. I mean, Firestorm started off the season hot. They were the team to watch out for. They were, I want to say, either 3-0 or 4-0, and then they kind of hit like a spell. I mean, you called it on the podcast. You said that they kind of plateaued, and ever since you mentioned that, they kind of went on a weird heartbeat kind of streak where they went up, they went down, they went up, they went down. They lost, I think, 3 in a row, and it was definitely been tough. But then you look at Storm Surge on the other side of it. They started off 0-4, and I picked them and I still have confidence that this team could be the championship team of this season. And they started off 0-4, and now then it didn't look good for the season. And now they have won 3 out of their last 5 games. So I mean, 3-2 to finish the season right now. Could they end the season 4-2 and have a great finish, starting off 0-4? I mean, that'd be awesome for them, and that would be a huge confidence booster going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that they could be as high as the 6th seed, and I didn't even realize that, starting out locked solidly into the 8th spot, 0-4, like you said, and then being able to finish as high as the 6th seed, it's more than confidence. That's I guess what I mean is it's not just unfounded confidence. There's some data behind that confidence. You can hang your hat on that. And meanwhile, yeah, I'm looking at the last couple of games for Firestorms, and they lost last week. They won the week before. They won the week before, and they lost the week before. Like you said, it's that heartbeat kind of, the EKG over here. And it's just, I think they've got more questions than answers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Firestorm thought they had their game figured out for this season. I think they got to a point where they kind of had it figured out. Kenton's playing the best he's played in a long time. They've got this chemistry, and we're gonna see it tonight. You got Bill Sweet and 2.0. When those 3 out there together, they're gonna find each other. And I'm gonna predict it right now. You're gonna see at least 2 tic-tac-toe goals between those 3. And then, I mean, on top of that, you've got Storm Surge, who was short Foes 1 week, short Tom 1 week, short Jesse another week, and they're just trying to find their identity. And now they're at the back half of the season, winning 3 out of 5 games, and I mean they're flowing. So this is going to be a great test to play against a top 4 team going into the playoffs and see what can they do. What confidence can they have, and it's going to be exciting.
Absolutely. And I'm looking at the green jerseys down there, and I don't see Venero. Do we know if he's just joining late tonight?
We are short Tom tonight. I was listening to Storm Surge chat on the bench, so right now, looking at the bench, they got Chatterton and Dan sitting on the bench, and they're starting with Jesse, Foes, and Ellen. And then Firestorm looks like they have a full squad. And right now they're starting with Bill, Paul, and 2.0.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Storm Surge. I know their wins have come with that Foes and Venero connection, and I'll be looking to see who makes up that Venero production tonight.
Exactly. Well, the puck has been dropped. We got 2.0 going low right now. Jesse and Paul going to battle in the corner here. Jesse winning that battle. And he's got Bill to face. Foes with a quick shot. Kenton, nice save.
Yeah, that's an underrated save there. That's a sneaky shot by Foes, and that could easily change the makeup of the game very early on.
So I was looking for an angle here. Right off Paul. Prolific shot blocker. Jesse looking for Ellen. Ellen with a tip. Oh, good save by Ken.
Yeah, 2 strong saves by Kenton early on here.
Uh-oh. Oh! That's one Foes is going to want back. Yeah, Kenton right now is already getting hit with a lot of pressure quick.
You got to think that's going to be the Storm Surge's game plan, is to pepper Kenton early and often at all angles.
Yeah, they're going to probably bring the Storm Surge right to the net. Paul up the wall here. Getting pressured by Dan. Getting loose from Dan. Foes the shot. Rips it in the net. Score 1-0 Storm Surge.
Did that go 5-hole?
It looked like it from this angle. It was just a bad pass from Paul. Paul was trying to get loose from Dan. Made a quick pass and it went to the wrong person. Foes was all alone right there. And nobody in front of him. Just took a beautiful ripper. 5-hole.
Yeah, I thought Kenton had it saved initially, but because it was such a fast shot and Kenton went down like to protect the 5-hole, but obviously I was wrong.
Good pass from Bill. 2.0 calling out the second errant pass there from Paul. Just that's 2 bad turnovers. Just Paul trying to make a quick pass, and Foes was there for the second one, looking to take advantage of it.
I think that one went off of Kenton's leg pad too. I mean, Foes is putting it on net from full distance right now.
Yeah, I think Foes has got 4 shots already on net. Bill down low looking for something. He's got 2.0 in the front. Oh, almost a good connection.
Good position by Chatterton there. You know, he might not have gotten a stick on it immediately, but he had good position to make it a hard play.
Dan behind the net looking for somebody. He's got Foes up high. Bill make the interception. Bill trying to make a pass to 2.0. Didn't get it. Chatterton to Foes. Misses wide. Blocked by Paul. 2.0 getting loose. He's got Bill. Oh, but Foes says no way.
Yeah, Paul from his knees there makes a great outlet pass on the breakaway.
I don't know if you heard it there, but Chatterton is upset with the fact that he just whiffed on the puck.
I wouldn't be happy.
Bill trying to look for something. He's got Brian coming off the bench. 2.0 getting pressured by Chatterton hard in the corner here.
Watch D'Angelo's positioning here. Yeah, D'Angelo likes that 3-point line. He's like Steph Curry. He's going to hang out on the 3-point line. He's going to look for a shot.
There it is. He tries to go up high in that 3-point arch, take that quick shot. Blocked by Foes. Chatterton holding it behind the net. Goes for a quick dump and change, I think. Nope, no change yet. Foes is going for a change. Jesse back out on the floor here. Chatterton controlling the puck in front of Brandon. Quick shot blocked by 2.0.
Chatterton looks like he might need some fresh legs out there. He's the only one that started the game that's still on the floor right now.
Quick shot by 2.0. Stopped by Brandon. Nice little glove save by Kenton. Ooh, almost a nice little tip for 2.0 from Sweet. Chatterton looking for an opportunity. Jesse in the corner.
Let's see if Jesse tries that dangle on Sweet.
Sweet's respecting the space with Jesse here. Putting on just enough pressure, but knowing if he pushes too hard, just like you said, Jesse's got the hands. He knows what to do. 2.0 with a nice takeaway. Just Sweet with a takeaway.
Great
Brandon
save.
with a beautiful glove save.
You know, that wasn't reflexes. That wasn't timing. That was just great positioning by Brandon. He had the glove in the exact right spot that it needed to be.
Ellen putting great pressure on Brian, and Brian is losing that battle right now. Ellen's got it to Chatterton. Chatterton shot. Save by Kenton.
Great pass by Ellen to John there. Good look. Good execution.
Brian with a great shot right off the post. Chatterton getting that change. Jesse trying to pass it to Foes up the boards here. Foes with his sneaky turnaround shot. Kenton was ready for that.
As a recovering goalie, I hate that shot. That shot where it seems to effortlessly come off his stick with such velocity, and you never know when it's going to be released.
He's burned that shot on me from any point on this floor. He's gotten it from the goal line on the opposite side. He's gotten it from the 3-point arch. He's gotten it right in front of the net. It's such a it's a disguise because it looks like he's just going to turn and pass or not even do anything with it, and he just rips it, and it comes so fast on the ground.
It was a dangerous bounce on Brandon there. I thought that was going to go off his back and into the net.
Right on the top shelf. Oh, scores 199 here. Okay, here we go.
That got out of hand quickly.
Those with a backhand up top. I don't think Kenton was expecting that backhand. Plus, I believe
I wasn't either.
It went off of Bill's stick.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I mean, Foes isn't known for his backhand. He certainly can do it, but he's not known for it. But, you know, I mean, he can do it all. He can do the forehand. He can do the backhand. He can do the drag, the wraparound. There's no weapons that are not in his arsenal right now.
Face off win by Foes. Good shot by Dan. putting the Storm Surge hard on Firestorm right now, 2-0. And this is the situation that Firestorm does not want to be in my opinion, is if Kenton gets buried by goals. Oh, Foe sent that one up to the bleachers. If Firestorm gets buried by goals quick, I think that can throw Kenton off his game. And like I said, Kenton's having one of his best seasons he's had in a while. But Kenton is a human, and he's just like any other goalie where multiple goals early on really get you off your game. So I'm hoping Firestorm can find a way to weather the Storm Surge.
Yeah, not only is he a human, but he can be streaky. He can be streaky more than most. Kenton and I went to college. Oh, that was almost a great opportunity by folks while I'm pontificating on Kenton and my friendship over 20 years. But he can definitely be a little streaky when he gets it on and he can make those saves early. His confidence builds, and when he lets a few in early, the opposite happens.
Sweet just took a puck right to the ear. That one hurt. That is gonna hurt. I mean, luckily, it looks like Sweet's wearing some eye gear tonight, but a puck to the head does not feel good. Not in anyway.
I can't see where that hit. He's pointing at his face. It looks like. I don't know if that's or the back of his neck, maybe.
It looked like it hit right behind his ear, like on the back of his head, almost more close to the ear. It looked like. He got up. He's off the floor on his own. Hopefully, he's going to be okay. Hopefully, we'll see him back this period. Oh, if not, definitely in the second. But yeah, that shot definitely is not going to feel good.
No, it's a dangerous game sometimes. I'm glad to see more eyewear out there after the Furlano injury. I'm glad to see the mouth guards, but it's unless you're wearing the full cage, that can happen.
First, I'm looking for an opportunity. Paul with a nice shot on the ground there. Bill against Dan. Dan winning that battle. Paul in the corner. Chatterton giving some pressure here. Oh,
Dan's not giving Bill Smith any space right now. I really like the way Dan's playing on Bill Smith. With this line out there right now, you can't give Bill Smith an open shot.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job of sticking their man. At that point, they cross pass and Foes didn't even change. He stayed right with Bill. Dan stuck the man. Foes switched with Brian. So they're doing a great job of locking these Firestorm down and keeping them on the outside. I mean, just keep watching it. They haven't been able to get a good, clean 1-2 pass. Storm Surge is doing a great job of keeping them pressured outside.
And you were saying earlier that, maybe, Firestorm thought they had their game figured out in the beginning of the season. And I almost responded, and I should have. I think other teams figured out their game early after the early part of the season, and that's the difference. Other teams started to learn it, started to figure it out, and Storm Surge is doing a perfect job playing against them right now, not letting them possess, not letting them get space, and not letting them pass.
Agreed. I was putting
now, can they keep it up for another? If they can keep it up for another 2.5 periods, that's to be seen. Because that can be a very tiring way of playing defense.
Foe's definitely outmanning Paul right now, trying to find a loose opportunity. Paul just locking him down. Now he's doing the same to Jesse. Jesse's going to break free here with a cross. Oh, and he beat Kenton. You can't slow that man down when he's got the Jets on and he's got those hands. You can't slow him down. What a goal by Jesse Trado.
Yeah, he even missed on his first chance. I don't know if you saw that, but he tried to put it in immediately, and he had enough time to put it in on a second shot.
We don't need to talk about the initial miss with backhand. That was a beautiful goal by Jesse Trado.
Yes. No, it was such a great move that he had the time to recover.
2.0 ripping a quick one. Oh, and it's a sneaky one. Brian had the paddle down, but it just snuck between his legs. Too much pressure from that shot.
And Firestorms needed that one. They needed a bounce. They needed to get a little bit of luck. And, now it's just a 2-goal game, and you got Sweeting back on the floor. And, this is a very strong line with Sweet and D'Angelo in 2.
Yeah, this is one of their stronger lines. And, 2.0 MVP candidate this season. And, he's shown time and time again why he's an MVP candidate this season. He's a clutch player for his team. He knows where to be, when to be there. He's got great hockey knowledge. He's a great teammate. So if 2.0 can just continue to do what he's doing, pull his game and get his team focused, they have a chance to stay in this game and be a winner for the final game of the season here.
They were double teaming Foes there. They're daring the rest of Storm Surge to beat them.
Now looking for a pass. Got now deflected over to Jesse. Brian putting some pressure on Jesse here. Coming back to Jesse. Oh, 2.0 with the interception. 2.0 with a shot. Oh, Jesse covering the only opening behind Brandon. Sweet with a shot. Just wide. 2.0 looking up high. He's got Sweet. Sweet with another shot. Blocked by Jesse. Sweet again. Shot. Just wide. The Firestorm is bringing the heat right now.
Yeah, that's where they're
battle
dangerous.
Brian.
Their spacing was perfect there for Firestorms. They weren't passing as much, but they were in the right spot for the rebounds off of each other for the right position.
Brian with the goal. What a wonderful play. Thrown down deep from Firestorm and Brian right there in front of the net to finish it.
Yeah, the three of them, they just play so well together. It's not the skill on the floor, it's the chemistry between Sweet and Two and D'Angelo and now Bill Smith on the floor. They just know where to be. They know where each other are.
You know, and I was just thinking about it. I'm looking out there and I'm going, we know that Storm Surge is a short time, but I realized I haven't seen a sixth player out here for Firestorm. They're missing their 6th round pick rookie Mark Stolt for the second or third week, right. I think, in a row. So
this might be a war of attrition for both teams then. You know, having that 6th player is making a big difference this season.
Yep. Nice shot by Sweet. Great save by Brandon. So is possessing. 2.0 giving him the space that he needs. Chatterton winning that battle down low in front of Bill.
That wasn't an easy battle to win, but Chatterton fought through it. Got Fos a good chance there.
Shot by Bill, saved by Brandon. Chatterton looking for something here. Gets Fos on the wall. Something. Sweet with a little time, not much. Fos takes advantage of it.
I know that was a low percentage shot by Fos there at that angle, but you can't give it to him.
2.0's got Bill right in front of the net. Great play by Chatterton. 2.0 back here in the corner. Oh, trying to get past Chatterton again and could not. Brett's over here cheering his father on.
That was a great drop pass and then a give and go back, but their Storm Surge isn't phased.
2.0 is not having any luck against Chatterton right now. That's the 4th block in a row from Chatterton. Whether it was a block pass or a block shot, Chatterton is not letting 2.0 get anything for free. Fos coming down with a shot. Great save by Kenton. Another save by Kenton. Bill coming down with the puck. He's going to look for an opportunity. He's got 2.0. Quick shot wide. Going back up to the wall. We got Sweet. Chatterton is heavy breathing right now. He needs a line change. Chatterton going behind the net.
Doesn't go for the change.
Oh, he needs it. Sweet possessing the puck behind the net. 1:30 left in the period here.
Seeing a lot of heaving chests down there. I don't think Chatterton's the only one that's getting a little gassed right now.
MVP candidate 2.0 with another wonderful quick snipe. I think that's the 3rd shot to go right between Brandon's legs tonight. So it's a 3-3 game. 2.0 with a wonderful rip right from the wall.
Not a big believer in momentum, but right now you've got to feel like Firestorms has it. They went down early. They've answered quick. It's a tie game right now, but it definitely feels like it's Firestorm's game right now, even though Storm Surge has dominated the period, in my opinion.
Great save by Brandon. There was a wonderful cross pass from Sweet to Paul and a wonderful save by Brandon. Paul with the block. Fos not giving up on it. Battling against Paul. Still not giving up on it. Kenton getting the cover. Got 45 seconds left. It's a 3-3 game. What a wonderful first period. First period that started off 3-1 Storm Surge, and it just seemed like Firestorm could not find anything. And now it's a 3-3 game with 30 seconds left in the first period.
I got to apologize to our audience. I've been so into the game, I haven't been doing the score bug. So it's 3-3, like the mayor just said. Oh, my goodness.
Chatterton with a shot. Kenton with the glove save.
Did that go straight across the goal line?
Right across the goal line. It just right on its side, and it rolled. Fos with a quick shot. Kenton with a nice save. Chatterton alone trying to bounce the bouncing puck. Quick shot, and that's going to be the period.
What a period.
What a period for sure.
I mean, it's 3-3. I can't tell who won that period. I mean, obviously neither because it's tied, but I really feel like Kenton looks like he's holding his shoulders down there, or his ribs. Is he okay?
Yeah, it looks like I think one of the last shots kind of just got him right underneath the pad.
Yeah,
Looks
I
like
was
he's
just
gonna be all
saying
right.
though, I really feel like Storm Surge dominated 9 or 10 minutes out of the 15, but Firestorm, made it count when it counted, and so it's a tie game, and they've got to be holding their heads relatively high heading into the second.
I'm gonna try and steal Jesse here for a couple questions. Yeah. All right, camera's right there. All right, Jesse. That was a honestly back and forth crazy first period, and obviously the seedings right now. Right now, Lechon Island locked up the 8th seed. This game's important for you guys to figure out who's 6th or 7th. How do you feel that your game's going right now, and where do you want to change?
It was good. We got a really good start. I think we won the first half, and then they came on strong at the end. They did a good job possessing the puck there at the end, and they're taking away a lot of our passing lanes. So just got to keep working, keep getting shots, and find some rebounds.
Cool. Well, I wish you luck. That was a great first period, bud.
Yeah, Rob, that's what we were talking about is can Storm Surge keep that defense up for 3 full periods? Firestorms definitely possessed the puck better toward the end of the first period. They definitely got those passes down. They had the spacing and the positioning down, and Storm Surge just feels like they let their foot off the gas a little bit on that defense that they had that was doing so well for them at the beginning of the first.
Yeah, I mean, you got a great team with Firestorm, so they're exhausting. They're exhausting to play against. So, I mean, when you get a situation like that where you're putting on the pressure and you're trying to hold them off, like you said, can it last for 3 full periods? And it seemed like by the end of the first, they kind of changed something or just kind of let off the gas, like you said, and Firestorm took advantage of it. And now we got a tie game going in the second period, and I kind of foresee this game being the same way for the rest of the period. For the rest of the game. I think it's going to kind of be a little bit back and forth, and if the second period plays how that first period does, it's definitely going to come down to the final 4 minutes, and it's going to be a 1 or 2 goal game.
Who we haven't talked about enough yet this game is Brandon. Brandon stood really tall, at the beginning of the first period there, and I don't think he played poorly at the end of the first, but, we talked about Kenton being a little streaky. I wonder how Brandon, no pun intended, rebounds from this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there's definitely some things that he's going to want back, especially that first goal from 2.0. He had his paddle on it. It powered through. And I mean, as of right now, 3 goals have been all 3 5-hole goals. So is Firestorm going to know where to shoot, what they're looking for, or is Brandon going to find a way to adjust his game and keep up the way that he's playing? Because he's, like you said, he started off that first period electric. So hopefully he can find a way to keep Storm Surge flowing that way. Second period started. We got 2.0, Paul and Brian out. Bro,
Gonna
Paul,
go 5-hole again.
Corner, and just nice little cut to the front of the net. And as you said, another 5-hole goal. They are 4 for 4 with a 5-hole on Brandon right now.
That's just backbreaking. As a goalie, giving up 5-hole goals it's hard. It's really hard.
Paul with possession.
I don't know what Brandon could have done differently. Yeah, I don't know what Brandon could have done differently on that. Yeah.
He adjusted for a potential cross crease, which I honestly thought Paul was going to throw that to the front of the net with Brian crashing. So as a goalie, Brandon might have been adjusting for that, and that just opened it up. Great way for Paul to stick to the play and find the opening.
Firestorm's coming out firing right away. A lot of energy that I see on yellow right now.
Paul again back in the corner, looking for somebody, throws it back to the front of the net. It's still loose. Paul possessing. Fridman battle behind the net. 2.0 looks for Brian. Looks like 2.0's lost his hat. So once the hat comes off, the game gets a little bit more serious for 2.0. Oh, Dan with a nice move around Brian. Oh. Slightly premature whistle, maybe. I'm not too sure, but.
Or did they blow it? Did they blow it down? Or they count
that as a goal?
It looked like it was a good goal here.
I'm trying to get a goalie confirmation here. There was a whistle blown by Brett. So Dan made the move. Kenton grabbed the puck with his glove. Brett blew the whistle. The puck came out after the whistle, and then Dan finished it. They're talking right now. I'm not sure what they're saying here. I think Brett's going to tell him that it's yellow puck.
Oh,
right.
that's hard. You know, it happens. It happens. You know, but Kent never had control of that puck, and Dan was just a great hustle play to finish that off.
That's probably all part of the goalie coalition club or whatever that they have going on here. So, I mean, I think Brett blew the whistle because the puck was in Kenton's glove. I'm not too sure. Maybe Kenton dropped it because the whistle was blown. But great block by Paul. We're moving forward here. Chatterton and Sweet, I apologize, in the corner here. Sweet putting out
battle.
pressure.
Battle of the commissions. We just need Dan Hook out there.
Great shot. Oh, Kenton is just being electric right now. Oh, another save. Brett, that net is wicked off. Oh,
Great pass
by Brandon. Brian with a shot. Chatterton with a block. Brian with another one. Brandon's got to get up. Oh, it's off the net. It's still loose. It's still loose.
That was a huge block by Chatterton. Huge block by Chatterton because Brandon was sprawled out across the goal line, and Brian had nothing but net, and anything off the ground would have gone in.
Chatterton looking for a deflection here. He's got Foes up high. He's going to hit a Foes. Quick shot goes wide. Dan down low. He's looking for something. Throws it to the net. Foes with a quick shot. Ken with a nice save. Brian getting it out. 2.0 with a break. What he's got. Oh, Foes with a breakup. What a play by Brian. Oh my goodness. Chatterton with a shot. Bill with a block.
There is high quality hockey on display right now. I mean, that was a beautiful pass.
Nice save.
Beautiful pass. Even better read and steal.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this on YouTube right now and you're not subscribed, you're missing out. And you're watching free, amazing hockey right now. What a
big
play
miscommunication there.
Miscommunication, but it was a great pass by Sweet to Bill, and Brandon with a fantastic save. The fact that this game is still 4-3 is obnoxious. These goalies are playing on their head right now.
Storm Surge just had the miscommunication there that's atypical for them so far this game. You know, they both went with one guy and let the other guy wide open in front of the net. But Brandon stood tall and bailed him out.
2.0 looking for an opportunity. Got Jesse on him. Foes with a nice block pass.
They're swarming Foes. They're not giving Foes any time.
Kenton with a save.
Oh, that trickles
in. And another
backbreaker.
Goal. Poor Brandon. That was supposed to just be a clear from Sweet. Kind of bounced a little bit, took a little funky bounce, and rolled right between Brandon's legs. 5-3.
He's got to shake that one off. He's got to shake that one off and move on to the next play. As a goalie, it's too easy to really get down on yourself after a goal like that.
2.0's got Bill down deep. This is a dangerous line. 2.0, Bill and Sweet. Sweet looking for something. Jesse giving them some pressure.
I feel like D'Angelo and Bill Smith are almost interchangeable on this line here because they both have a similar game style. You know, they like to shoot from the 3-point line. They like to have a pinpoint shot with some space.
Jesse getting great pressure on Sweet, winning the battle. Ellen with a shot, just wide.
Couldn't keep her feet there. It looked like she was stumbling a little bit, but she had a great cut, great read.
2.0 couldn't get it through to Bill there. Great play by Foes. Foes with Bill right in front of him.
Move. I was not expecting Foes to make a move on Bill there, but maybe Foes was getting tired.
Foes with the puck. Oh, great save by Kenton. Sweet with the puck down low. He's got Paul coming right off the wall. Great look. Knowing Paul was coming for a change here. Paul against Ellen. Foes. Oh, Paul with a back check. Paul with a shot. Oh, 2.0 down low backhand. Oh, it's up high on the stage. I believe that's going to be yellow puck. Oh, Tim's saying it's green puck.
I'm half expecting to see Foes take a change here. He's looking like he's a little tired out there, not making the moves he typically makes.
Yeah, I think right now too. Great play by Allen. With being down a couple goals, Foes sometimes turns on this extra battery that he has. I noticed it when I played with him last spring season. When his team's down by a goal or two, he puts on this weird extra battery where he goes and tries to get a goal or two to get his team back in the game, get some energy, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Great play by Sweet to D'Angelo there. Brandon was all over it though. Great save.
Yeah, great position by Brandon there again. I was gonna say Brandon's not playing with a lot of confidence right now. His body language, he's standing kind of tall. He's not playing as the position he typically plays, but he had good position on that one.
Chatterton trying to drop back to Foes, just an off pass here. Got 8 minutes left in the second period. It's 5-3. Got a great game here, ladies and gentlemen. Quick shot by Chatterton. Foes on the boards here. Getting good pressure from Sweet. Foes a quick shot wide. Brian pressing Chatterton. Brian with the puck up the wall to Sweet. Sweet looking to possess. He's got Brian back. Brian with a good shot. Chatterton with a block. Paul with a shot. Just wide. Foes going up against Sweet again. He's got Ellen on the wall. Chatterton going to the net. Slowly. Chatterton going back to the wall.
Got that Fridman battle up front. Oh, opportunity there for Ellen.
Oh, I think I just saw Ellen throw a little cross check on Paul. Got that brotherly sister battle going on here. Going in the corner now. Who's going through the door?
Okay.
It looks like it's going to be Paul. Great save by Ken. Oh, quick shot. It's loose.
Kick.
It's loose. Allen's keeping Paul out of there. Brandon's trying to get back up. Brandon is hurt in this game. Oh, shot wide. I think Foes was going for me there. Sweet up the boards there. Good dump.
Doing a great pass.
She shoots it. Sweet with a shot. Pass to Brandon. Great save by Brandon. I'm sorry. There's a pass to Brian with a fantastic save by Sisson. Oh,
there it is.
Foes with a wraparound. What a goal.
No, there's nothing you can do about that. Like, I don't know when it comes off his stick. Even watching it up here from the press box, when did that come off his stick?
And how did he possess it so well to curl so perfectly?
No, I mean, the last time we were announcing, I was announcing Fose's game, Alex made a comment about him making wrist workouts in the parking lot. So it's got to have something to do with it.
He's putting on the pressure on 2.0, backing him back in his own zone. We've got this line out here again. Bill, Sweet, and 2.0. Sweet with a shot. Goal! Quick shot from Sweet. Just burns Brandon for the first shot that did not go through his legs. Just low on the blocker side.
I thought he made the save there. That was such a fast shot, and Brandon had good reflexes, but it was just a little too quick.
Yep. Very fast shot from Sweet. It was great. Great quick 1-2 from Bill to Sweet. A little battle on the face-off there. Little lacrosse face-off kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, it was.
Sweet with the puck behind the net. Goes deep in the corner. Teasing to win the battle there. Jesse, he's got Foes crashing the net. But, see, he knew he had confidence with Foes there. He put that puck right in the air. Jesse wide open.
Oh, you can't miss that. Oh, Jesse's going to want that one back all week.
100%. Go back and clip that one. Foes with a wonderful read. Knew we had Jesse wide open back door. Great backhand pass. Just Jesse just came up short, just short on the shot. He's going to get it back. He knows he wants it. Sweet to Brian. Brian with a quick or not Brian. Bill. Sorry about that. Bill with a quick shot.
I said they were interchangeable. No, they're interchangeable. Like I said, same spot on the floor that D'Angelo would have shot from. Bill pops the water bottle in the air, and there's nothing a goalie can do about that.
Firestorm is definitely doing exactly what they wanted to do at the end of that first period. They're just putting on the pressure. Shot. And they're not giving the Storm Surge time to breathe. Oh, got a battle right here in front of me. Paul looking for Bill down low. Paul going up the wall. Bill looking for him. Dan and Paul going for a nice battle here.
I got a question for you. When the hat comes off for 2.0, does it ever go back on?
No.
Should we expect in the third period that the hat's going to be back?
I mean, if you see the hat on, it's probably because there's a comfortable lead and he doesn't feel as if he needs to keep it off any longer. He's kind of more of in a comfortable state. As long as that hat's off, the hat's off because he's in the game. He's serious. Look at him right now. Got that cute little smile. He's ready. He's looking for the pass. Oh yeah, he's got his head on. deflected by foes, out of play. That's exactly what I wanted. Coming back to 2.
I
Now, I
can't,
said
I used to play with a hat on all the time, but I can't play with a hat on anymore. My receding hairline is just, just not doing it for me.
And the only reason I used to wear a hair hat is when my hair starts to get too long. The only time I wear a hat, I don't like playing with a hat too much, but I also do not like playing with hair bouncing or getting in my face. So definitely go the route of no hat if I can.
Chatterton with a great read there, but even better defense by Firestorm.
Shot by foe. Oh, what a save by Paul.
Was that a kick
2.0
save by
loose.
Paul?
That was a kick save by Paul. Bob pie. Teasing down low in the corner there. Chatterton with a quick shot. Foes of the pass over to Thiesing. Not ready. Another block by Paul.
Every season, he's one of the block leaders.
Oh, he's prolific. He's always leading the blocks. 2.0 with a nice move around Dan. Coming up the wall here. Oh, good save by Brandon.
Clear. Good clear by Chatterton. He almost put it on net.
2.0 is MVP candidate this year. So anybody watching, don't forget the voting is now live for who you want to win what award. We got MVP candidate, 2.0. All the goalies are always nominated for goalie of the year most of the time. Nice save by Kenton, who is also a goalie of the year candidate. Joined by me right now in the penalty boxes, potential goalie of the year candidate, Matt Makarchuk. How you feeling tonight, bud?
Feeling great. Figured I would come up behind you, but wasn't expecting to be on the podcast or stream right now.
Oh, you can't sneak in this corner and not be put on the spot. How you feeling about your game coming up next?
I'm feeling good about the team. I don't know how I'm feeling tonight. I've been feeling a little bit off all day, so we'll see how it goes. And definitely hurt myself last week. Feeling good now. We'll see if it pays off today.
Good. Hope for a good bounce back, buddy.
Thanks.
That's the second backhand pass to D'Angelo that Sweet's had. He's the two of them just play like they've got the same brain.
I feel like they've played together for like the last 3 seasons. That could just be how I feel, but I feel like they've played together for like the last 3 seasons. And whenever they do play together, it's like they've played together since they've been in the RFHL. They just have great chemistry, and it's almost like Bob and Brad playing together.
Absolutely.
Now, who's the father and son in between Brian and Sweet though?
I'm not going to touch that one.
If you're watching the game on YouTube, put in the comments, who do you think's the father or son out of Sweet and Brian? But back to the game here. We got Sweet with a quick backhand, and that's going to be the period.
That period went by a lot faster than the first period, it feels like. I mean, that period just flew by. And, the first period, I felt like it was more back and forth. It was tense. That period, Firestorm controlled it the entire time.
Yeah, great pressure by Firestorm. Just constant right out the gate. They knew what they needed to do. They put the pressure on. They got a quick goal early, and they just kept going, and they did not slow down. So I mean, as long as they can, they got to keep that going.
Yeah, they won that period 4-1. It's 3-3 after the first. That period, Firestorm won 4-1. I mean, this can get out of hand real quick in the third if Storm Surge doesn't turn something around.
I'm gonna let you pop some questions here for Kenton if you want to. Sure. I got Bob here. Got Bob here for you.
Can you hear me?
What's up, man? Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey. Yeah, you're great. So listen, first period, 3 goals early, 3 goals quick. I was a little worried about your confidence. Since then, the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so, you've only let in 1. What's been the difference?
I say this a lot. It might be a cop-out, but I feel like I need to get a lot of shots early to get into the rhythm of the game. If you look historically, I always let up a few easy goals in the first, and I feel like I play better in the second. The key is to keep that momentum going into the third, though. And
yeah,
also,
you said it on the podcast.
I can credit that to the lead pads I have. I bought them off of a certain former goalie.
Yeah, listen, the podcast, you said you wanted shots early. They gave you shots early. They came out firing.
Right.
But, you're standing real tall in the second period and the end of the first there. Good luck in the third.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Rob.
Give it up, bud.
Yeah, Kenton called it in the podcast. He said he wanted to see shots early. He wanted to see them often. You know, I usually when someone says that, they plan on saving most of those goals. But you know, it's working for him.
Yeah, I mean, if that's his play style, I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of the same way. I like to get a quick pressure early to kind of get myself in the game. I mean, sometimes you don't get that warm up pregame that you wanted to, or sometimes you just don't feel warmed up after the pregame. So getting into a game and getting good pressure really does help. I mean, sometimes it's a bummer to let in those quick 3 goals, but Kenton's done a fantastic job of rebounding back from letting in those 3 goals. He didn't let those three goals throw him off for the rest of the game. Only let in 1 goal last period. Just having a phenomenal game right now. And I mean, both goalies, to be honest, even though it was a 4-1 game for Firestorm, that second period was just electric. Back and forth from both teams, shots, passes, everything. It was just fantastic.
Really has.
Sweet with a great pass
feed.
to Paul. Paul with 2 great blocks to start that period. Looking at the front of the net for Sweet. Paul still possessing. Jesse battling him. Jesse going to slow it down here. But it's 2 point. Sweet says, no, I'm going to put some pressure on you. You're not doing that. Ellen battling Brian in the corner. Now, ever since you said that, I keep saying Bill for Brian and Brian for Bill.
I got in your head, and I'm not even playing against you.
Another block for Paul. I think Paul's got 3 blocks already. Oh, great glove save from Brandon. He's going to cover it up. Jesse possessing for Storm Surge. Doing his typical toe drag, but he goes for the pass to Thiesing. Another block for Paul. I think mom and dad are up in the stands watching this, and they've got to be loving all the saves here. Sweet all alone on Brandon. No, man. Sweet with Brandon with a fantastic glove save, predicting the crossover from Sweet. But unfortunately, since he made that initial save and drop, there was a rebound waiting for Sweet to just dump it in.
Great hand-eye coordination by Sweet there to get that rebound, to put it back in. You know, Brandon did what he could. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, I guess he could have not put up the rebound, but that was a tall order to not have a rebound on a breakaway by Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, it's that he did his job, and in my opinion, and any goalie on a breakaway, you need to make that initial save, and he did exactly what he needed to. And after that initial save, you want your team to be able to get back there and help bail you out a little bit. So, great first save from Brandon on that breakaway.
Yeah, you got to ask yourself, where was Storm Surge on the back check there?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Just seemed like Sweet kind of had a little bit more time than he needed to, and he took advantage of it. Oh, bad bounce for Brian. Foes with a quick shot that didn't leave the ground. Oh, Foes tying up Paul and stealing the puck from him. What a play by Foes. Brian putting the pressure on Foes down low in the corner. He's got Ellen all the way up high if he needs her. Paul behind the net.
Brian's cutting. Watch this pass.
Oh, it's that chemistry, that father-son chemistry. Chatterton.
I've been thinking about it. I'm pretty sure Sweeting's the father. I think Sweeting's the dad.
That would make sense. Again, no back check. Brian with all the time in the world there. Sweet to 2.0. MVP candidate looking for a shot off the post.
There's another cut.
Foes with the chance here. Sweet with the back check, but it's not enough. Foes buries it on Kenton. What a shot.
Great shot. It's just something you come to expect from Foes. You know, it's almost a surprise that more of those haven't happened yet this game. And, you know, third period is where Foes turns it on. Like you said, he's got that extra battery. I don't know where he stores it, but I'm expecting, you know, no lead is safe. And 3 goals with 12 minutes to play. I'm anxious about this if I'm Firestorm.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna be honest, if you pay attention to the line shifts here, oh, nice snag by Brandon there. Pay attention to the line shifts. Foes is gonna probably play for the next 3 or 4 minutes, maybe take a shift off and then finish the game. I only see 1 line change coming from Foes this period. If they're still staggering by a goal or 2.
I agree with that. Same thing could probably be, well, maybe not the same thing could be said for Sweeting. I was going to say Sweeting might do a couple, but he's going to want to be on the floor for as long as Foes is.
Speaking of that, good pressure on Foes in the corner there. Chatterton looking around, throws it to Foes in the wall. Foes trying to get around Bill here. Sweeting's covering the middle with Ellen down low.
Yeah, Ellen's drifting. I'd watch that because Foes can find her.
And there's that quick curling shot. I wonder if he does curling. Sweet looking for the pass up to Brian or Bill. Gosh darn it. Bill up high. Sweet down in the corner. Bill trying to crash. Jesse's all over it. First arm both backing up. Not what they wanted to do there. A little bit miscommunication, but Bill recovers from that. 2.0 looking for a quick shot. Tipped by Ellen.
Yeah,
Brian
great
gets
block
Sweet
by Ellen
crashing the
there.
net.
There was a lot of net open. That Brandon was leaving open there for two. I don't know what happens if Ellen doesn't get a piece of that.
Jesse put on good pressure on Sweet. Sweet with a shot. Saved by Brandon. Nice glove save. Foes cannot get away. He's getting doubled right now by Brian and Sweet. Brandon just doing what he can to keep his team in the game. Great plays, great saves. Sweet with the puck down low. He's got 2.0 up high. Ellen putting the pressure on. Bill across open for him if he needs it. Oh, he tries to go between the legs of Ellen. Ellen making the play
Great play
on
by Ellen.
2.0.
Oh, I thought she had that. I mean, it was wide by a considerable margin, but it was the right idea. And when it was coming off her stick, I thought she had it.
Sweet in the corner.
They're putting a lot of pressure. They're leaving two open.
We got 10 minutes left, and right now I think Firestone is trying to do what they can to keep possession. It's not about continuously putting on shots. If they can, they're going to, but I think they're trying to look for the right shots. They're moving the puck around, doing exactly what they want to do. I haven't seen a good Storm Surge possession in at least a minute and a half since Bill, Sweet, and 2.0 have been out here.
I mean, I would suspect that if you watch the tape from the first half of the season, that was the key to their victories, was just possession. They're the best team in the league at possessing the puck when they want to do it. And the other team can't score if they don't have the puck.
Yep. And right now, Storm Surge just cannot get away. And I think that was in. Oh. But Brett's not saying nothing. No reaction. I think that might have been in the inner crossbar, but 2.0 with another shot. Brandon with a nice save. Throws the shot. Toe save by Kenton. Paul ripping it back down on the net. Brandon trying to get a cover up here. Oh, Sweet the 2.0, but Foes got it out of there real quick.
It looked like Brandon even got a poke check on that pass.
2.0 to Sweet. Missed pass there.
Oh,
it's
three
a
on
3
one.
on 1.
3 on 1.
Foes the... Oh,
that's a missed chance.
Jesse had a great chance to hit up Foes for a great tip in there. Foes with a great pass to the front of the net. Foes curling shot just wide. 2.0 battling with Dan in the corner there. Dan put on a great battle, not giving anything easy to 2.0.
No, Dan's been playing great this game. He really has. His grit and his perseverance is really on display here. He's winning almost every battle I'm seeing him going towards.
Jesse with a shot down low. Foes going in the corner. Foes and Brian battling here. Foes coming out. Another block by Paul. Foes gets back to the puck already. That was insane. Shot by Chatterton.
What a snipe.
Right in the corner.
What a snipe by Chatterton.
That is a clutch player who definitely went drafted way too high in the draft.
Hey, someone tell John Chatterton the 2010 called and they want their shot back. Holy cow, I haven't seen that from him in a long time.
What a snipe. Great block. Shot again, just wide. As I said earlier about line changes, Paul with a shot wide. Foes just came off with about 7:20 left in the period. So be sure to watch him come back out. Probably around the 5-minute mark, and he probably will finish the game. So Storm Surge is definitely putting on the pressure that they want. It's a 2-goal game. It's 8-6. And as you know, anybody knows, RFHL 2-goal lead means absolutely nothing. So this could be a really exciting final 5 minutes here.
It means nothing against most teams or any team. It means absolutely nothing against a team with Foes on it.
Chatterton putting the pressure on Brian. Brian over to Bill. Chatterton with a great communication. I don't know if you could probably see. You probably couldn't see it up there. But Chatterton switched to cover Brian. And Ellen was going to cover Brian. But behind his back, Chatterton was giving a quick hand signal, letting Ellen know, hey, I got this. Switch over to Bill. And Ellen switched over to Bill and just did great coverage. It was just good, quiet communication between Chatterton. Good vet play there.
Veteran leadership. Dan with a good chance there.
Dan with another chance. Stanton with a nice save. Paul.
I want to see Dan get on the goal sheet, the goal scoring stat sheet here, because he's had some real good looks. He's been putting in all of the effort, all of the unsung parts of the game. I want to see him get a goal.
Yep. He's making himself known where he needs to be known, offensively and defensively. So it's definitely not being missed, and it's definitely helping keeping this game a 2-goal game right now.
Dangerous bouncing puck there.
Sweet just came back out on the floor with about 5.5 left in the period. 8-6 game. Sweet getting pressured by Dan. Sweet looking for a clean shot. Chatterton with a block.
Sweet's back on a little earlier than I expect. Oh, wide open shot by Bill. You can't give that up.
Oh, that's in the net. Nice little shot right up high.
Sweet's coming in a little earlier than I expected. I was expecting to see him come in when Fos came in, and here he is. Here's Fos. So only maybe a 30-second difference.
I guess we're saying that was actually a Paul goal. I guess Bill took the shot, and Paul got a stick on it and went up in the corner. It's nice.
Yeah, I mean, Bill created the chance. Yeah, Bill created the chance, though. You can't give him that wide open shot from mid-court. You can pick a spot in the net, and if he's not going to score, he's going to put up a good rebound.
Yep. Well, here we are. 5 minutes left. Fos just came back out. 3-goal game. 5 minutes. It's 9-6. Right to the front of the net. Covered up by Brandon.
This is going to be the Fos and Kenton show. Maybe Paul or someone will try to make some blocks, but I'm expecting to see a lot of shots by Fos in the last 4.5 minutes.
And again, when I said earlier with Firestorm's possession, this is what they're going to do now. They've got control. They got 3 goals. They got 4 minutes. They don't want to give up any turnovers, especially with Fos and Jesse out there. They're going to look for the clean passes, good shots. Chatterton looking for a good clean lane here. Throws it right down in the corner, knowing he's got Fos going up against Bill here. Fos and Bill in the corner.
I would like to see Fos take Bill. There's a couple of times here that Bill's been on Fos, and I think Fos got a good first step on him.
Oh. Sweet just tried to hit Bill with a shot in midair, and Bill almost got it. Do with an attempt wraparound.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty. Bill with a shot again.
Oh, nice save by Brandon. Snagged it out of the air. Fos with an on-the-ground shot. 2.0 looking to shoot just wide. Sweet behind the net.
Who's open?
With 3.5 minutes left. They're going to start double teaming down low, leaving the point shots way open up high, which is dangerous when you got 2.0 and Bill up high.
Yeah, and Sweet. I mean, anyone on Firestorms can shoot from distance. Every single one of them.
Seems like 2.0 or Sweet's kind of like orchestrating all the pressure down low. It looks like he's being the one running around, cycling around, getting the puck moving because he's got the legs for it. And it seems like 2.0 and Bill are just kind of rotating at the top, which now you're going to have Brian coming out, which is, like you said, his twin. So now
3 minutes to play here.
Got father and son out here. 3 minutes to play. It's 9-6. 2.0 down low. Chatterton just taking it away from him. Chatterton with a shot. Goes wide. Now Sweet with too much time. Look, that's the 2.0. Jesse with a block. Behind the back pass. This Fos going down the corner. Fos a quick shot.
Got the hustle line out here for Storm.
Toe save by Kenton. Timeout
called,
by
it sound like.
Surge.
Yeah, smart timeout there. 2.5 minutes to play. 3-goal game. If I'm Storm Surge, I gotta get my wind. Like you said, Fos is gonna finish this game, and you just get ready for a, no pun intended, surge. You gotta put some more shots on Kenton. Kenton's playing really, really well. He's only let up 3 goals in the last 30 minutes. But you got to get some more shots on Kenton and hope for some luck.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the surge is coming, and Fos knows what to do. I mean, and this is where Fos is going to take shots from anywhere. He's going to be on the goal line down here. He's going to shoot. If he has the puck and anybody gives him 3 seconds of time, he's going to shoot. So Kenton needs to be ready for a shot from anywhere at any time. And Firestorm just needs to do the best they can to let Kenton see those shots or not let him take those shots. So if they want to secure this W, that's what they got to do.
Sorry, Rob. If I'm Firestorm, I'm putting 2, Paul and Sweet on the floor. I mean, that's going to be your best defensive line against Fos. It looks like you got 2 and Sweet. I want Paul on the floor. I want Paul to block some shots and not let them get to Kenton. But
I think Paul needed an extra minute there. He was out there for a little bit of a longer shift, and he was next up behind Brian for that line change. And I think Brian might be taking a quick one and sending Paul out right after.
I mean, that
Up in
would
the
make
corner
sense
here.
because, 2.5 minutes is still a long shift in the RFHL, especially at the end of a long game.
Foes with a shot. Like I said, you give Foes 3 seconds, he's taking that shot. Jesse putting on the pressure here. Sweet to 2.0. Foes blocked that pass. Jesse getting the pressure down low. Brian not letting him get anything free. Jesse, the quick shot goes wide. Not sure if that was a
Good
shot
shot.
or a pass.
It was a good look. It was a good idea by Jesse either way. I know it went wide, but you got to put it, just throw it towards the net and hope that Foser gets it or you get a bounce.
Oh,
And
no.
there's that bounce.
2.0 with a quick shot that Brandon saw coming. Just took a funky bounce right off his stick and into the net. That's kind of
Yeah, as I'm
heartbreaking with less
talking
than 2
about-
minutes left.
It absolutely is. I mean, as I'm talking about trying to get a bounce on the one side, you get a bounce on the other side, and it's just it happens. It's hockey, and it is heartbreaking though because a 4-goal game with 1 minute and 45 seconds. Weirder things have happened, but it's not looking good.
Great save by Brandon. I mean, you can look
That's
at this. This is the thing that we were kind of talking about podcast suggestions, and this right now, this game is going to be one of the podcast suggestions that we're talking about is talking about the actual numbers and stats from the game and how they're actually reflected. Because you're gonna see the scores tomorrow, and you're gonna see 10-6, and you're gonna say, "Oh man, Brandon just kind of fell short, 10-6." But Brandon has been playing great tonight. They've definitely had some good bounces that gone in. They've had some funky plays, but Brandon is making saves where Brandon needs to be making saves. He's definitely earned his keep in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Storm Surge has not been playing a ton of defense after the second half of this game.
Yeah.
They're not playing bad defense, but they're not helping him either. And so, and some of it's the score. Some of it's, you're going to pinch a little bit. You're going to play a little bit more aggressive, and it's going to happen. It's not like they're being negligent, but Brandon's holding his own.
Got 39 seconds left. Sweet with a pass over to Bill. Bill with a pass down low. Sweet with the puck.
That's a great possession team. I'm expecting them not to even shoot again. I don't even
With a
think
quick
Fire Storm
shot.
can't shoot again.
No, I mean, Bill had a great opportunity at the point off a great pass from Sweet, but definitely chose not to take the shot. I mean, you're up by 4 goals. The game's almost over. There's no real reason to take the chances of anything crazy happening. And also just good essentially possession game to run out this clock. Foes with a nice shot, though. Put this game as a 10-7 game right now. 18 seconds left. Foes with a backhand. Great save by Kenton. Foes put another shot on. Kenton with another grab. It's loose. Allen trying to get the puck. Chatterton trying to get it. Going down low. Brandon keeps the play going. Over to Allen. Just wide. 4, 3, 2, 1. And Firestorm ends the season with a W. But it doesn't mean... the ending is not solidified yet here for the Storm Surge. The Tacticians still need to play later tonight. And I think that game's going to kind of complete who's going to take the 6th and 7th seed here. Not too sure if the Tacticians lock in the 6th seed with this loss, but they definitely need to pull up their weight and get the W tonight.
If I'm Storm Surge, I'm not upset about this game. Losing's losing, and it doesn't feel good. But you didn't have Tom Vanier on the floor. You played really well. You had good chemistry. You got good chances. Brandon played well. I think they've got a lot to build on into the playoffs.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I think both these teams played great, and it was just a great performance by everybody all around. And I mean, you're going into this game, you know where your weaknesses are, and like you said, they were short Tom. So, I mean, there's definitely things to learn from this and things to do.
Yeah, you got to think 3 goals. Veniero's making those up. I know there's only 1 puck on the floor at a time, but it was a different game if Tom shows up, in my opinion.
Agreed. Well, Bob, thank you so much for doing this game with me. I appreciate it, and thanks for sticking around and doing the 9:30 game later tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to watching you play, Rob.
Appreciate it, buddy.
All right,
I'm gonna see if maybe I can snag one of these guys for a pregame.
I'm going to sign off.
Have a good night. What's up, buddy?
Oh, Bean?
Yeah.
Am I live with Al?
You are live with me.
We are live with everyone watching Rfhl action. Hi, everybody.
Bill, how you feeling after your game just now?
I am tired. I am still catching my breath, but good stuff. Alex, I cannot quote you all of them. I'm sure while we're here, we can either one of us look at the notes. But the playoff implications for all the games are just silly.
Yo, I'm not even going to bother trying to decode any of that. I just kind of show up and every week, and whoever I'm playing. What I do know is that my guys in blue sinkhole locked up spot 1 last week, I believe. And Les Tremblements took the 8th seed with their loss tonight. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the only changes, I'm not even going to bother saying it. I was going to say the only changes might be teams 5 and 6, maybe. But even then,
I don't want to cut you off. Sorry. I
you're
was
okay.
just told, and I have this on good authority, So if this is wrong, I apologize to all our faithful out there. If Fukushima face off your red team here, if they lose, my team, Firestorms, gets the 2 seed. If red wins here, there is a cluster of tied teams down to tiebreakers.
It wouldn't have it any other way. I feel like the word parody or the word parody has been thrown around a lot this week with our podcast and our inter-team talks and all of that. Just how great the parody has been this season, and I think if it all came down to, think of all those middle teams came down to a bunch of weird tiebreakers that small moments in small games kind of dictated. I wouldn't expect anything less.
So a fun one here. We're going to have the Tipsy Talking Twisters and Fukushima face-off. Sidor from the corner tries to find Verlano, doesn't try. He succeeds. Verlano looked like he was in a pickle there, but he got out of it. Matt Whitmire, a salty exchange there. He goes down.
Verlano rocking the shades this time around. Took a gnarly puck off the face last week.
Whitmire, off that little bobble a second ago, steals one from Sidor and had a chance. Here's Newberry, the captain, bounces one in off the wall. Whitmire to the net, save over there by Kazmark. Mid-court, a little bit of space. Whitmire whiffs on it. Recovers, though. Second chance coming here. We are in week 10. It is the end of the regular season. Tipsy Talking Twisters out there. They are your gray team. They freeze from Kazmark. Your red team down there, Fukushima face-off. We got a good Alex. I like that when you and I banter up here. Our bread and butter, if it will, is talking about the goalkeepers, and we have a fun goalkeeper matchup here.
Yeah, this is one of the better ones on paper. You have Matt McCarchuk, who has been. I had to think of which Matt I was talking about because the alliterative TTT decided to go with an MMM this year as well. So, Matt McCarchuk having another monster season. I don't know that that's a new phrase because I don't know that he's never not had one. But what's funny is looking at the level of shots that he's had to face versus every other goalie in this league, not taking anything away from that, but more so giving something to his defense. Doesn't have to face a high volume every week. So I think TTT's underrated defense is definitely a big help there. But then when Matt has had to be big, he's been huge. And on the other end, you got Kazmark, who I think has been the defensive backbone of his team all season. I think if Fukushima has a goalie that is any less good than Steve, they're a way worse team this year. So great goalie matchup.
So nothing currently, early still in this one, just a couple of minutes in. Fukushima and the Tipsies. Dr. K along the wall. Here's Captain John Ramsey off the wall, a lot of space. The firewall from where that pass came from. Ramsey behind the net, pushed by Kyle Crick, out to the point. Here's Doc scores.
Yep, and Dr. K with an awesome, I want to call it an interception because it technically was, but he didn't move. He didn't have to. Blind pass by John Huron over in the front of the net there, and I think that's a thing that I said a few times. I'm not sure if it was last week. I can't remember which week I call which games, but the last time I called a Twisters game, I was mentioning the kind of blind passes that they had. A lot of times their heads are down. They're not looking where they're passing, but they are a pass-first team, which is kind of counterintuitive. So, got to watch those blind passes. And, Dr. K making them pay with that one. That was a snipe.
Trying to get... Oh, my gosh. Whoever threw the score bug updated it. You were my hero.
Yeah, it's actually me. You know what? Until you just started mentioning that, I forgot I was on the score bug. It took me 10 weeks to learn how to do it, but we're there.
I will happily put that in your hands until you have to bail on us. And a second goal goes in. That one came off the wall down below my position. And I didn't actually see who threw that in. Was it Sidor?
It was Dr. K again, right at the front of the net. He just crashed the net, and I don't know if it was another errant pass from Gray or if it was just kind of a weird bouncer pass from another red guy. I did not see that. Nice blocked shot by Sidor there. But yeah, Dr. K crashed in the net and just hit the very tip of the blade of his stick, and it went in past Matt. And that's what you got to do with Matt. I mean, like I said, Matt's having another. There you go, right there, Matt.
On the doorstep of a one-timer from Furlan.
Matt with a huge save, and you have to take those. You have to get those ugly goals on Matt. That's the only way you're gonna get them past him.
The red on your screen, Fukushima, they at the moment are all over Tipsy Talking Twisters, controlling the pace here. Furlano fires one in through a decent body check. I shouldn't say body check. That's not legal here, but some man-to-man coverage from Matt Whitmire.
Yep, and Furlano pulling the move that usually will net somebody a goal if it's even on target is as Kazmark fumbles one there, almost scored on himself. But been noticing that a lot. Maybe it's just because of this angle down here, but noticing so much this year when guys are moving to either their left or their right. If they can elevate that puck, it's a deadly goal this season. We've seen so many guys do it. Furlano, definitely not a guy to miss a lot of his shots.
Furlano spears one home. Now down low, Matt's going to throw his paw out there over a couple of sticks. Now fired up over the net. If there had been a shelf back there, that wrister is knocking down a whole bunch of jars. Latzer tries to fire one off the wall. Whitmire, forechecking animal tonight so far. Furlano, Richter to the net. That might have been, I don't think, no, that was not the post.
It was a hard clang down here. I'm not sure if my microphone picked it up or not, but heavy clang. That was right off the face of the post.
So here's coming through. Horan can't quite connect with Whitmire. Whitmire pressing along the boards. Slides over toward Matt. He will cover up.
And I know it's early on, but we're about halfway through this period now, and Twister's not, as I'm talking, this always happens. Twister's not really putting a lot of pressure on Steve back there. Steve has had to make maybe a handful of pretty easy saves, like that one right there. Literally just popped to his glove, he barely moved. Twisters is a very good team defensively, but like I said, a lot of passes that are no-lookers and a lot of shots that are kind of dull, if you will. But I think they're a team that's always in the right position. They just need to find each other. As I'm talking, Newberry rips one home.
Nothing dull about that one.
Not at all.
Had some vinegar on it. Little salt and vinegar on that one.
And hey, guys, that's why I'm brutally honest here, because it seems every game I call this season, I'll call a team out for not doing something. They do it, and then they score. So there you go.
So back behind the nets, Fukushima drops it. Couldn't see who that was. Looked like it's Ramsey coming off the bench. Coming up the right wing. Puts one over the net. Kurt's going to try to battle one out of there, but Westgate not with a forecheck. Nice little respectful battle down here. And
almost took one. I almost took a stick right in the face right there. Nice little shot by Kurt. Nice save by Kazmark.
Shot off the wall. Kazmark with a nice save. Rister from Ramsey. This ends up on the stage. This will result in a whistle. I don't know if I don't know if someone. Would you have ended up in a eating through a straw situation there, my guy?
You know what? It's nothing I'm not used to seeing after I don't know how many seasons of playing in this league with Kurt. You know, if you're in a 5-foot radius of him and his stick goes up, you're probably going to catch one. So I was just happy it didn't happen here.
Alex, I can't forgive me for not recalling. How many, if any, seasons at the Y did you play?
You know what? I started in, if somebody wants to do their own math on this, I started fall of 2014. And I think I've only missed 2 seasons since then. So I don't know what the math is there. It's at least over 15. I know that much. Math was not my strong suit.
So seasons at the Y,
yeah.
At the Y, that would be, 14. That's about 9 seasons, right?
It'd be about 9 or 10. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I started. I'll put it this way: I started in the league when I was 18 years old, and I am now 30. So.
So what the reason I'm getting to that is where you were just kind of down there, almost seeing a stick fly through your teeth. Do you remember those benches and just how in the action we were?
Well, yeah, not only that, but it's as we're getting a penalty called down here, I'm sure there's going to be a 10-minute argument. So I'll try and decipher this. As Sidor's going to come over to me.
I think to Sidor's credit there, he gave a little laugh and come on, it's Newberry, friendly banter there. But that got a little too physical, and I think Sidor knows what's going on there.
Right. Yeah, but to your point, yes, I do remember those benches. I remember how much those used to suck.
So is this a whistle, or is that Rob did you call that a goal? No.
Let me get behind Sidor here because now it's hard to see with a guy. No, you're good, buddy. You're good. I'm just calling the game. You're playing it. Nice guy, Sidor, getting out of my way.
You're good too.
Yeah, but no, I did not see what happened there. I believe they didn't call that a goal, though.
No, and the puck was loose, and I like seeing the refs let that play on, but eventually it ended up under Steve, and it had not gone in. Nice PK going on here from Fukushima. As I say that, Haran comes off the wall. 10 seconds left on the call lead to Sidor. Pass out to Whitmire. Wrist off the win with a nice block. That better be recorded in the stats.
Yeah, and a great penalty kill by Fukushima there.
Missed opportunity for Tipsy Talking. So it's a nice save by Matt with his shoulder there. Kyle's going to switch it here out into the middle. Back for Kyle. Nice little give and go with Haran. Out to the point. Sidor's going to have a shot at it. Just kind of dinks away. So back in play here. Here's Furlano coming off the wall against Whitmire. Gets a backhand. And Furlano turns and fires one home.
Yeah, and Furlano with a good battle with Matt Whitmire in front of the net there. And Furlano he almost plays football the way that he just constantly in a kind of a one-on-one defensive battle with whoever's covering him, and just always seems to find a way out of it. He's really great at boxing out, and just kind of always finds a way to weasel out. A little bit of an early whistle there it's an easy break for Kazmark. Nonetheless, a great call by Rob Master.
4-1. 4-1 your score here. You see the Google from the official down there. Well played down there, Alex. 4-1 your score here. Fukushima in red. Shane Ryan trying to bring his team a one closer. Sends one off of Kazmar's pad. Now here's a long shot from Dr. K. Just bounces off of something between him and Matt. Behind the net now for Lano. Whitmire tries to take it away. Shane's going to have maybe a look one-on-one here. Shane down low, can't find a bouncing puck. Whitmire got a lot of room. Cross court.
To give credit where credit's due on that last one, Dr. K just nipped the tip of Shane's stick, and then Kazmark with a really nice poke check. And that's why that puck wouldn't sit down. If it did, I think Shane would have had a really nice goal there because he's the player to do it. But, yeah, just not great puck luck and a lot of good stick awareness by the two red guys in the back down there.
I am hearing the fiery, the spicy pickled pepper sounds of the Firestorm's playlist still rocking in the gym there. Everyone notices their fire and heat sounds. Let's see if Whitmire doesn't find its way. down low. Furlano playing the way we all know Furlano to be with some fire tonight.
Yeah, he's definitely hit a different gear. You can tell that everybody wants to kind of finish this regular season out, especially if you're still playing for standings, which we had just gone over. They are so. Furlano definitely in a different gear, and I think honestly, I think he's the reason Sidor didn't have a last-second goal right there, because Furlano was 100% in the way of it. But that was a heat seeker right to the top of the goal, and we just, unfortunately for them, didn't go in. I'm gonna run over to Steve Kazmark here and see if I can have him answer a question or two for you.
Oh, the in-game interviews! What an addition to this year's broadcast. Kazmark, are you hearing me?
I am. You hearing me?
I am hearing you great, Guy. Talk about that first period. You could certainly relish that 4-1 lead, but how do you feel?
I feel good. I like the way we're playing. I think we're putting a lot of pressure on them. The one goal I gave up, I just couldn't see. It was a good screen on their part. I think if we keep doing what we've been doing, we're going to be fine.
I think what many would say about your game as a goaltender is kind of your angles, your positioning. You're really good at it. You looked like you were seeing the puck well the whole period. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, pretty much. Other than the one I let in, I saw everything.
What is the formula for the next two periods?
I'm sorry, my team's talking around me. What was that?
If you had to develop a brine, a formula for this period, as the fellas all wave in there, those red pickles down there, what's the formula for this period?
The formula is high intensity, keep the pressure on them, keep getting shots on Matt, and just make sure we're manning up and watching those backdoor passes. That's the formula.
Well, hey, Guy, I hope that plays out. Go have some fun, throw that earbud back in, Alex, and have a good time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There is your currently leading goaltender, Kazmark. That's a cup winner. That's one of the best goalies in the league right there. It's a talented guy. That is a heady statement this year, because, man, have we got goaltending play this season. My partner tonight, Alex, one of those goalies. Alex, we had a nice little chat there. We talked about sort of the formula, the brine, if you will, that these not that these are cucumbers per se, but that the formula for the second period for this spiky gherkin of a team, Fukushima, and I got to face off Sidor. Not sure I'm back with Alex yet. I think he's still trying to come at me here.
Oh, I did not realize I was muted. We have a discrepancy here where the clock didn't start, but I think they're still going to count that goal. I think you have to.
I would most certainly agree. There is no reason to not. So
Rob coming over here with a sunken head. He goes, "I got yelled at."
Scolded by the commish.
Yeah, the guy with a million kids getting yelled at like he is one. There you go. You love to see it.
As a father of three, when you get those scolded and you put your head down, it puts you in a place where you understand the child. So
yeah. But yeah, to your point that I started talking about while I was muted. I think that. Well, first of all, the goaltending in this season has been undisputedly the best I've ever seen. And I was gonna say Fukushima is just on a different gear. And you know what? Like, good for them so far. Very respectful play out of them. not the team this season that you would think would be kind of like patting guys on the back after like net front scrums like that. And I've seen it actually a few times now. So good on them. But Fukushima's on a different level tonight, and I think the Twisters, like I said, are a very good team with potential to have great plays, but they need to turn it up, because you can just tell being down here that Fukushima is really trying to win this game.
Well, they have 5 fresh packed goals here. 5-1 your lead. I think, everybody looks at the draft. Everybody looks at this team as having that intensity. Sidor off the wall. Shot, he scores. And, I was starting into a point about how we all assumed the intensity of this team, and it's been evident. But a way that intensity has materialized is in the play that you just saw. Sidor making an aggressive attack on the puck along the wall, takes possession, comes in on his own.
Yeah, and Sidor is one of those players that just year after year, he almost defines the outplayed draft spot, because I feel like he doesn't go very high every year. I want to say he's maybe fourth rounder at about average. And this season specifically, he's been playing like a second rounder, like high second, low first almost. But yeah, just the intensity of that shot he just had, literally Matt got all of it and it still went in. And that's a credit to Sidor, just, shooting as hard as he possibly can. John Blotzer just scored so quickly. Nobody saw it besides me.
I missed the puck in the net, but I saw Rob coming in confidently pointing.
Oh, okay. I missed Rob on my right there. He didn't blow the whistle very quickly, but yeah, Blotzer just scored so quickly. I don't even know if he knew he scored. That was a beautiful goal.
So we sit here now at 7-1.
And man, what an aggressively different hockey game this has turned out to be in the second period here.
Trying to find my way back into the season stats. Want to give Blotzer credit for what will go in as his 10th goal of the season. Oh, it's his 9th goal of the season. Smith, you're terrible. Dr. K with his hat trick clinching goal there.
And not even, again, he crashes the net, and again, he's tenacious on the puck. Not even a hard shot. He just kind of lobbed it at the net. Nobody is helping Matt in the crease right now. Nobody. Matt's making initial saves, and they're kind of bouncing off of him, which, you can say it's his fault or not, but nobody's there to help him out. So those rebounds are going to happen if you're a goaltender for sure. It's guaranteed, but you got to have your defense come back for you a little bit. And they're giving Fukushima every single chance to score as many ways as they can.
So this one here is a rematch of a week 3 matchup that
we had that covered.
and Fukushima won 5-4. A very different game brewing right here.
Sorry, talking out loud there, agreeing with the great call of Rob Maston down here that puck absolutely was covered.
Oh, please give that man some flowers. Shane Ryan's going to throw one to Kazmark in position. Talk to him between periods about his angle. He's always right where he needs to be. Matt shows some solid footwork of his own down there on that save.
And that Shane by shot, nothing special. Great save by Matt there. That Shane by shot, nothing really that special, but it was on net. He made Kazmark have to make a save. I think that's the first time I've thought that this game so far.
Kurt is going to bang one off the wall. Kurt with a couple of one-timer opportunities. Real nice attacking series there from Kurt and Fukushima. Doesn't cash in, but had a couple of really nice looks at it. So in the week 3 matchup, again, a 5-4 Fukushima victory. Very different story being painted right here. Story being told, picture being painted. I don't know, I'm the art guy. I should probably have those terms right.
Red getting murdered by these quick whistles down here. I think you'd be hearing a lot more chatter on my microphone if they weren't up by so much.
Yeah, I think the scoreboard is dictating that they're going to not be too sour about that.
Sure. And
had a nice save right off of the face-off.
And I'm noticing. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's just there's something about Twisty. I can feel it down here. There's something about Twisty that just nobody's seems to really be on their game right now. Matt's making great initial save, but Matt not one to give up a lot of rebounds. He's popping a lot of rebounds out, and like I said, nobody's coming back to help him. Rebounds aren't a problem if you have good defense to clean it up. Not getting a lot of help down here, and Red is getting so many looks off these pop outs, and not just to throw it on Matt, kind of the team as a whole, just not getting great chances set up, not a lot of passes going through, and not a lot of quality shots.
Here's Newberry. He's got a little vinegar in his step. He will forecheck like crazy. Ramsey here off the freeze from Kazmark. Turn. Glasser looking for his second tonight. This bounced, I believe, off the ceiling, maybe. Rob is pointing sky high.
Yeah, that's nice honesty down here at the court level. Maston had to ask who that went off of. Newberry was honest with him, so that's going to be red pen.
Sidor bodying out Westgate Matt. Little battle down along the wall there. Westgate Matt now behind the net, kind of running away from Blotzer. Tries to send one across. He does get Kyle off of a bounce. Kyle gets it out to Newberry. Newberry sees a bounce away. Blotzer's going to dig in. Newberry back behind the net. Like I said, there is zero quit in Newberry. There's no quit in anybody in this league. But you're not going to see Newberry slow down.
No, Newberry very.
Just bounces off something.
Newberry very famously I'll call him a Sean Avery of this league. Not for his mouth, but for his play. He's one of those guys that's always up in your grill, always going to be a tough defender to try to do anything against, but at the same time can turn around and snipe one real quick on you.
I did not have Sean Avery as a reference tonight. That chip came out of nowhere. That was good stuff.
That's what I'm here for. Random bar trivia for you.
If you're playing bingo out there for whatever he and I are saying here, I'm not sure what jar that came out of, but Sean Avery, that's a winner right there.
I know, wonderful save by Matt. That right there is a save by your goalie that you need in a game like this. That will turn the momentum around. Would love to see a goal come from that.
And his countered at the other end with another glove save. Nice stop by Matt.
And there you go. Look at that. Matt with a solid just absorption of a shot right there. That looks more like him. You're starting to notice it a little bit more. Now we're starting to get a little bit more Twisters hockey like we've been seeing the last few weeks.
Newberry sends it. Whitmire puts it on next. Shane's down there. Little tie up from Furlano kind of prevented the chance. Newberry to the net. Goes over. Furlano's going to kind of bounce it out to himself here. He's going to come off the wall. He's going to send a wrister. Whitmire's there. Off his stick, and then a rebound chance to the side, or he scores.
Yeah, and broken record Alex time here. I mean, again, nobody helping out Matt on those rebounds. It's just that they're popping out and almost going right to somebody on Red's stick, but to Red's credit, I mean, I think Sidor did get that one. They're all over Matt. They're all over him. So much to the point where Sidor's falling down.
He does complete his hat trick. He joins Dr. K as red players here, red shirted players. Your Fukushima face-off, 2 with hat tricks so far this week. Furlano's looking for his third as well. Captain John Ramsey down low. Or up high. He was behind his own net there. I know how to talk about hockey, I promise.
Save off the mask there for Matt. I always like to give kudos where those come in. Those never feel great.
I need a moment here defensively. I'm not sure I've caught it yet, where we get a shot from Whitmire. This goes up over the net, where we get Whitmire and Westgate Matt down near their own goal. So we get the 3 Matts all within a certain amount of space. I need that visual. And hopefully it's not like the movie Time Cop, where if they connect with one another, it destroys the universe. I hope that's not true. Kurt off the wall. Pressured by Whitmire. This goes up. This may have hit the ceiling. No whistle. Rolano battling turn. Fires that with a stop. This one does get whistled.
John jumping on Rob Maston there. Thought he heard something that he didn't hear. Rob with the right call. As always, great call by Rob Maston.
He's got it tonight.
And yeah, to accentuate that wonderful save by Matt there and that last sequence, that was a great leg save. Matt keeping his team as much as he can right now.
So an interesting thing will happen with the standings maybe following this one. I don't want to discount Tipsy Talking Twist. There's a lot of hockey to be played. If Fukushima wins this, Firestorm, Fukushima, and I believe Meteor won the opener tonight. If I'm not mistaken, those three teams will all be 6-3-1. So there are going to be tiebreaker scenarios for the 2, the 3, and the 4 seed.
And like I said, I mean, as a fan of this league, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's perfect for this season.
Parity is a good thing, and we've had that this season. You know, you look at the standings, and Tsunami, Storm Surge, Le Tremblement down there with 3 wins apiece, but those are teams that could beat any team. And you look at their wins, they're all over the place. So, I mean, playoffs in this league really can go any way. We've had 8 teams win it all. So a lot of excitement coming in the next couple of weeks. Blotzer to the net. Matt's going to put a paw on there and cover up.
Yeah, and that was a little questionable right there. It was a little. I'm kind of on the side of Red being a little upset about that one. It kind of looked like that was a pass back to Matt, but no call. Fair enough.
And see, I'm up here, different angle from you, and I'm not a goalie. I didn't read it that way. It looked very unintentional, and Matt just kind of reached out and took it. So I'm going to agree with Rob there. Another outstanding call from Rob Matson. You should relay that for me, please.
Great defense by John Blotzer on that last play right there. Matt Whitmire had a great look on a backhand, and Blotzer got his stick down. Fukushima's just absolutely all over them right now.
Under 1 minute to go as we hit the 38-second mark. Shane Ryan looking to come off the wall, pressured by Dr. K. Out into space, can't find Haran. Blotzer's there. Now Kazmark will just reach out and take it. Ramsey quickly to the net, and a glove save from Matt. 20 seconds here in this second period. 9-1 your score. Out in front, Whitmire sees it sort of chipped away from Dr. K. Gonna send one up off the net. This is down low, and the whistle blows, bringing the second period to an end. 9-1 your score. Alex, I think Fukushima has just been. I mean, Red. They've just been hotter tonight. They've gone to the net. They've pressured. Shots are there. Matt has had an outstanding season, but he's been peppered. Salt and pepper, a little bit of vinegar in there as well, and just 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it a few times tonight. It just looks like Fukushima just wants to win this game, and Twisters they're playing tired. I mean, I know, I'm trying to find a nice way to say it. There kind of isn't one. It's 9-1 at the end of the second period, and they didn't score a goal on Kazmark, but I'm going to say it too. They didn't test Kazmark very well. Speaking as a goalie, I mean, I want to give credit to Kazmark for every single save he's had to make, but he's having an easy game right now. They're not testing him. Third period, 15 minutes is a lot of time in this league. Absolutely anything can happen. This game is not over by any means at all. But if it continues to go the way it's going, Fukushima just looks like they came ready to play. They came ready to march their way up the standings, and the Twisters are just looking to get ready for their first week of playoffs.
Kazmark picks up the shutout frame there. The second period will go in as a shutout period for Kazmark, so gets himself on the stat sheet with that one. leading 9-1. 15 minutes to go in this one, in the second to last game of the regular season for the RFHL.
And Bill, Bill, I'm
Alex,
gonna take off on you.
Oh, you're a stud for doing this. Hey, go get ready for yours, and good luck later, brother.
Thank you, sir. If you don't mind taking over the score bug so that everybody at home doesn't get all pissy with us, go ahead and take her.
You know what? If people out there are filled with piss and vinegar, that's okay. I'm a big boy. I'm you know, I can take it. I am not soft and squishy up here. I'm crunchy. I can handle it. Not a granola reference, everybody, but you know, hey, we're getting there. And this is the type of banter you're going to get with me talking to myself, calling a game here in a 9-1 score. Complete respect intended to everybody out there. Two Maple Leafs fans about to take this face-off. Tough one for my two RFHL brothers last night, guys. As a Sabre fan, I shouldn't root for your team, but I think the NHL is better when the Maple Leafs are good. I'm going to say that out loud. As a Sabres fan who's completely distraught about his Sabres being terrible, I hope to see American Austin Matthews get some glory. So here are those two Maple Leafs fans digging in the corner right here. Forlano on his backhand, sends it out, tries to get it to the point. Kyle Crick intercepts. Kyle still along the wall, slings it across the court. Here's Kurt. Kurt with a backhand, Matt gloves it, puts it down. I think there was a whistle in there. Puck had been loose, but you quickly heard a referee saying my fault. Character and class from these fellas down there. Loose puck, high can of corn, jar of pickles, if you will. Settles into the big mitt of Kazmark. Rister from Sider has got a hat trick tonight. Now puck along the wall, down below my position. I can see nothing when it's down there. My apologies, everybody. Sidor tries to send it up the wall. Here's Westgate Matt. He's going to bring it behind his net, perhaps. Digging in the corner, down near the official, out of view from, I think, both the viewing public and your humble announcer up here. That's the dilly of the pickle if the puck's in that corner. No one associated can see it as Forlano gets a shot. Matt up to the task. You know, that score is slightly deceiving. I feel it's worth saying Matt has actually played really well. And evident right there, a save. Gets one. From where I was, looked like it went off his mask. Matt has made some real nice saves. Another one. Spicy offense from Fukushima all night. Tipsy Talk and Twisters just have not had the answer. There's been bursts. And right there into space, Newberry trying to find Matt. There's been looks. Shane has had a couple of real nice shots. Kazmark's turned away. It is in the glove. Matt either didn't realize or maybe there's just something up with his pad there. So puck heading up the wall. We didn't start the fire. Blaring in the gym. Whitmire trying to come off the wall. Gets a shot. That was an awkward spot to get a real good shot. Nicely played by Matt down there. Puck dribbles to a different Matt. Newberry with a wrister. Kazmark gloves that one. Sidor fires one, does not connect. Ramsey's going to cross this one. Sidor with a lot of room, a little bit of time. Sharing a nice block. And a wonky little bouncy puck. Matt sees it. Whitmire shot. Kazmark with a nice save. I'm not sure he saw that one. But the compliment I gave him before, and I was talking about both with Kazmark himself in the first intermission and with Alex, is one of Kazmark's, a calling card of his. Once again, I'll use the term bread and butter. His game is his footwork, his positioning, his angles. He's always where he needs to be. That was the case right there. Even when his head sort of couldn't see or find the puck, at least his body language said he was right where he needed to be. Newberry sends one up along the wall. Ramsey intercepts. Ramsey, forehand, backhand, stick handle into the corner. Whitmire pressuring into the corner. Dr. K out of my sight sends it up along the wall. Blotzer down below where I am. Newberry to the net. Whitmire sends this one across. Newberry's going to dig in down low in his own zone. Behind his net, sends it up to the wall. Gray making changes. Horan dances on. Wrister from Whitmire. Horan crosses. Connects on an intercepted pass to Ramsey. Doc takes a pass off the wall. Tries to turn. Does get one to Matt. Matt makes the save. Shane Ryan. Down low, here's Matt Whitmire. Fires it across the crease. Ramsey will collect. This puck bounces behind. Here's Ramsey up the wall. Ramsey crosses. And a shot to Matt. He sees it. I'm not sure that actually connected with him. Doc down here now behind the net. Kurt crashing. Brings Shane with him. Doc's going to turn. Doc's going to fire. This goes off of Shane's foot. Puck is sitting there. There were 3 heads all within about 5 feet of the puck looking around, not finding it. And a shot from Matt. There's that just throwing the body out where the puck's going to go from Kazmark. Nice save. And a wrister from Shane. Puck loose down low. Matt finds Shane up high. Shane to Matt. Matt can't connect. Whitmire keeps it, though. Turn. Those long arms, that long stick. He finds space. Doc behind the net. Whitmire crosses. Horan tries to get a wrister to the net. This one off a body somewhere in there. Might have hit Doc. Shane Ryan now. Got Horan, finds him on a backhand. Horan to the net. Off of Kazmark. Now up top. Wrister doesn't get there to Doc. Saved by Matt. This is behind Matt, but not in. Ramsey was down there poking around for a rebound. And just a laser beam. Horan nets one here. Gets his team on the board for their first goal since the first period. We mentioned Kazmark had a shutout frame in the second. 9-2 now your score. 8.5 minutes to play. That is a long time in this gym. 7 goals is not a low. There's the Kyle down low. But wacky things have happened in this gym and in our last gym. So, hey, stay with us here, folks. Grab a snack. Crack open that fresh jar of pickles, whatever you are into, whatever snack might get you moving here. Maybe some dill-flavored chips. There's a lot of good stuff out there. And a shot and a score from Horan. Don't sleep on the Twisters, kids. 7.5, a 6-goal deficit. Kyle tries to bounce one. This goes right to Furlano. Furlano through the middle, but tipped away by Westgate Matt. Westgate Matt's going to dig in as Furlano going to try to pull this one along the wall. That lefty shot comes off the left wing. Matt sees it into his glove. Matt tries to go to his backhand. Westgate Matt. So many Matts out there. Now some action down below my position. Kicked away by Furlano. Now out to Furlano, a little bit of room. To the net. Matt's there. I believe there was a whistle. Puck looked like it might still be loose. Refs got it right. They get things right all the time. Furlano looks to come loose there again. Westgate Matt with a shot that does get to the net. I don't know if Kazmark saw that one. Kind of a fluttering shot with a little flick of his toe there. approaching the 6-minute mark in a 6-goal game. John Haran, the last 2 goals, has gotten his team a little bit closer. Sidor, shot to the net there with a little bit of a flourish. Spicy, a little sour there. Haran bounces one, gets one of those weird wall bounces. We all kind of hate those. I know I get a little salty when that happens. Rips it to the net. Matt with a save. Newberry off the wall. Newberry trying to get into space, trying to get creative there. Like the angle he took, and here's a soft, sort of just trickling puck that Kazmark will cover. Sends all the way down. Kyle Crick will have a little bit of time. He banks one off the wall. Bouncing puck down below where I stand, up here in the perch position. Puck sent wide for Matt Whitmire. Back for Shane. Shane backhands one up. This gets sent back deep. Tipsy here will need to sort of apply some more pressures. They want to start chipping into this one, whereas Fukushima can really just possess, move things at a pace to just kind of nurse that 6-goal lead. We're under 5 now here. Blatzer off the wall. Shane sees one almost into a spot there to turn and fire. Doc comes loose. Doc now behind his own net. Newberry will keep an eye on him. I just heard something in my ear. I have no idea who's about to join us, but I'm excited for who it is.
Alex said you might be lonely, Bill.
The Bob joining me up here at the first. Find it underneath where I said Shane. I'll tell you what, Matt Whitmire looks to bounce one off the wall. Shane's gonna dig in. Whitmire with a shot behind it. Bob, I don't know how much of this one you've watched tonight. What are your thoughts?
You know, unfortunately, Bill, I was in my car charging my phone in between games here, so didn't come with a full charge. Rookie move, and so I didn't see a lot of the game. But from what I saw at the beginning of the game and what I'm seeing now, it doesn't look like it was all that competitive so far.
You know, you might say that Bob over here was in a pickle, but he doesn't sound salty about it. Not gonna lie. That's your character right there.
I thought I was the tomato.
Oh, these are all wonderful toppings for a Big Mac. 3-minute mark, 9-3 your score. Tipsy with the last couple of goals to make it a little bit closer, but Fukushima still well out in front. Shane sends one down low. Here's Whitmire working against Doc. Whitmire pulls it around from behind the net. Turns to the net, Kazmark.
He just has great positioning there, you know, Kazmark does. I mean, that was a good quality look, and it was a good save, but he didn't feel like it was challenged because his position was there.
I feel like both the echo that we might have on the broadcast right now, but you are also echoing what I've said and what Alex was saying before. We're giving props to Kazmark for the angles, the positioning, just always being in the right place. And there's been a couple different spots where you've seen in his head he doesn't quite know where the puck is, but his body's right where it needs to be. Westgate Matt sends it down low. Doc behind his own net as we approach the 2-minute mark. 6-goal game here. Doc with a hat trick sends it up to Furlano. Oh, that's not Furlano, that's Randy. Furlano looks like he might have. That would have been. I think there was some murmuring on the stage for a Michie there. I don't know if that's actually what Furlano was thinking, but there was a smile on his face. Whitmire to the net. Once again, good angle from Steve Kazmark. Furlano sees him bounce off his foot. Whitmire's going to turn. Oh! So an unfortunate fall there. I don't think there's a call.
I mean, if anyone was going to get the call, I think it was going to be Kazmark.
I would have gone the same way. If a trip is called there, yes. Nice stop by Matt. Westgate Matt sends one. I think Doc might have tipped that one.
With what little bit I've been able to see so far, Bill, I'm really impressed with Westgate Matt. Playing some really strong defense on his own end there, and then some good chemistry there with Shane on a little bit of a chance there on a 2-on-1.
And the Tipsy has had some looks. They've set up some real nice plays. They have gotten into space. Kaz has played real strong. The early goings of this one, which I think you mentioned, you might not have seen the first and second. Fukushima, just the forecheck was ferocious, grinding, and that's kind of what built that lead. They were up 9-1 about 2/3 of the way through the second period. They sort of built that. But there has been real flashes, and what you just said, not the first time we saw that tonight. Under 1 minute to go. Doc on a cross-court pass. Back behind his own net. Here's Westgate Matt. The seeds, the cucumber to a pickle there of a slash, but no call, if you will. And now some pushing and shoving of the mildest, respectful variety behind the nets. This is one of those moments where I see nothing. I have nothing to say. But now the puck's up where we can get it.
And if I were a smarter man, Bill, I would have gone to the penalty box to give you another perspective.
Do not put down your intelligence there, Bob. I will not have that questioned. And there's your ball game. If the ball was a very, very low-lying cylinder, which a puck is in real life, 9-3 your final. The Fukushima face-off take down the Tipsy Talking Twisters. And Bob, the standings, Bob. We will end with Meteor Mayhem, Firestorms Hockey Club, and Fukushima face-off all sharing a 6-3-1 record. Playoff seeding, so much rests on a tiebreaker things to be dealt with between now and tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to goals for by the sounds of things. And if that's the case, then, Meteor Mayhem won today with, I think, 10 goals for. And I don't remember the final score on the your game, Bill. How many goals for did you have? You were trailing Meteor Mayhem by 2 on the goals for standing.
I'm a terrible human being. I don't remember how many goals we scored. It was either 9 or 10.
I don't think it's going to be enough to make up the standings then. So, I mean, my unofficial prediction or analysis would be 1, 2, 3, 4, the way it all was going into tonight.
Going into tonight, so that would give us the 3 we think. So, hey, it will shake out, and the playoffs will come your way next week, but not before Tsunami Tacticians and Sinkhole Sidewinders, and I'm assuming the Bob is up here to bring that one to you. I'm
going to sign off. Bob, thanks for jumping in here for a little bit of admin.
Yeah, not a problem. And that is why I'm here. It's not just because I like you, Bill, and not just because I wanted to give you some company, but I am going to call Rfhl After Dark here.
Well, for me only, I always like to my week is ending here. I'm heading out, and I'm already thinking, is it Wednesday yet?
I will be joined in a moment here by Shane, who's probably just trying to lick his wounds after that game, but he'll be joining me to call the 9:30, as Bill said, between the Tsunami Tacticians and the Sinkhole Sidewinders. From what I can tell, this game has no implications for the standings. I don't have my laptop with me. I'm trying to do it all on the mobile, but from what I can tell here, Tsunami is locked into the 6th seed, and Sinkhole is locked into the 1. So they're playing for momentum, they're playing for chemistry, they're playing for confidence, they're playing for some pride, but they're certainly not playing for standings from the looks of things. I am looking forward to tonight's matchup. Sinkhole Sidewinders has a lot of talent on the floor. They're the 1 seed for a reason. But Tsunami Tacticians cannot be counted out of any game. They've got the scoring potential, they've got the speed, and they've got the experience. Rookie Jake, making some great strides this season, and they're joined by a bunch of veterans on the team. I think it's going to be an exciting matchup. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 1 or a 2 goal game at the end of it. And I'm going to predict that both teams get over 10 goals. I think Alex has been having a great season, but I think there's just a lot of firepower in the teal. Got teal versus blue here tonight, but I do think that teal has a lot of talent to make it tough on Alex tonight. On the other side, Sinkhole Sidewinders, they've been playing a great game top to bottom. They play some good defense on Tsunami Tacticians. But with nothing on the line, so to speak, from the standings perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit of a letdown game for them. I wouldn't be surprised if Tsunami comes out firing with a little more passion, with a little more energy, and Sinkhole might come out a little flat. But that's just a wild ass prediction that has no bearing whatsoever and not really probably based in reality or truth. Just something I'm feeling tonight, and maybe I'm just feeling salty, as Bill said a minute ago. We got a minute left in warm-ups, or a minute or so left in warm-ups. I said that maybe Sinkhole might come out a little flat tonight, but they're certainly not looking like it in warm-ups. Alex is dialed in. He's looking at every shot. He's making some good saves to warm up here. And meanwhile, Tsunami Tacticians over there warming up as well, stretching a little bit, and they're looking a little loose. They're looking calm. They're looking confident. They're looking loose. We'll see how they start to play when the puck drops. And as the teams go to the benches to get ready for the beginning of the first period, I'm taking a quick look at the rosters here, and I think I'm seeing everyone for Sinkhole. I see 6 blue jerseys down there, and I'm seeing 5 teal jerseys, but I think Rob was wearing a black hoodie, and there he might be close to the boards, my near boards here where I can't quite see everybody. But I think we'll have 2 full rosters tonight, which could make for an exciting matchup. We got Alex in net for Sinkhole Sidewinders. We've got Tim in net for the Tsunami Tacticians. Tim wearing teal, Alex wearing blue, which you don't always see from the goalies, but it's always nice when they're matching everything. And I do think that Mr. Shane has joined me. Hello, Shane.
My man, what's going on, Bob? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I was just saying that it looks like we got 2 full rosters tonight.
Yeah, I think we had one in the last game too. I think it's 2 in a row for. You can tell it's getting ready for playoffs.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, I'm not an expert in this area. I didn't do all my homework beforehand, but I think the standings are locked in right now for these 2 teams. It looks like Sinkhole Sidewinders are locked into the 1 seed overall based on the way the games ended earlier and based on the way they were heading into tonight anyway. Right. And then the Tsunami Tacticians, based on the way that the games ended earlier, looks like they're locked into the 6th seed. With win or a loss, it doesn't look like they changed.
Yeah, I think we solidified the standings last game. So us losing, I think, put us in the 5 spot, and then put Fukushima in the 4 spot. So I think we're pretty locked in, like you said.
Yeah. So tonight they're they're playing for pride, they're playing for confidence, they're playing for momentum, they're playing for chemistry. Never say they're playing for nothing. but they're certainly not playing for the standings tonight.
For sure, for sure. This is a big momentum game, I think. This is one where it's like, you want to go in hot, you want to go feeling good, you want to feel confident for next week.
Couple of quick logistics notes. Do you want me to do play-by-play tonight and you do color?
Yeah, that works for me. I'm trying to lock in and get the score bug up and running, so I'll let you know when I'm ready to go.
And that was the second question, was who's got the score bug? And we're off. 14 minutes and 42 seconds to play in the first period as we just started out here. And we are playing the last regular season hockey game of the season. We've got Jake, and Reddit on the floor for Tsunami Tacticians. We've got Lally. Can't quite see. Who's in the helmet there for Sinkhole?
It looks like that is...
Is that George?
Man. Yeah, it's George. That's George.
Okay. And then and who's our third Sinkhole player on the floor right now?
Is that Keller? The one at the
Keller,
top?
yes. Yep. All right. We got Keller, George, and Lally on the floor for Sinkhole. Not the starting lineup I was expecting for Sinkhole, but maybe they're resting Brad and a few others on the bench to start.
All right.
A little bit back and forth to start out the game here. No one's really possessing more than anyone else in the first couple of minutes here. A lot of action on the near boards for me, which is hard for me to see exactly who's got what. Looks like Jake takes a shot that goes wide and goes out of play. Referees tonight are Furlano and Kurt.
Very interesting color game tonight.
Yes, we got blue on blue, teal on blue. And just like that, Brad's on the floor, and he's giving OG Jake a little bit of a hard time to start. Rookie Jake with the puck. He's got Lally on him. Takes a quick shot. Alex with a good save. Goes off the left-hand side. Brad with the puck. Looks like a little bit of a line change. I didn't see who came on for Sinkhole.
Looks like that's the rookie. What's his first name?
Jeff?
Jeff.
Is it Jeff? Okay.
Yep. Oh, nice little shot by Jeff right there.
Now, he's got a wicked shot like that. I've seen a few of his games this season, and he's really got a nice release, powerful shot, good wrister. He's calling for it for Brad right now. Brad takes his time and tries to make a move on Kyle. George with the puck puts a shot onto Tim's chest pad. Jake slows it down behind his own net here. George on him. Puts a shot just wide of Alex. Alex covers it up. And, Rob's shirt's going to give me trouble all night because that is not a teal shirt to me. Looks like Jeff scores the first goal of the night.
Looks like a nice little shot. He's got, like I said, you said he's got a wicked shot, and he put a few in against us that it was just bang bang.
Rob gets blocked by Rob. Rob Maston with the puck. Rob Anders giving him some grief. Puck goes down into the Tsunami zone. Kyle tries to put a quick shot on Alex, goes wide. Fane's on the court now for Tsunami. Fane looks for Kyle. Kyle with trying to do a one-timer. Brad blocks it. Brad's got it now, sends it up to Jeff. Jeff's got Rob Masson open, tries to get it to him, turns it over, and that turnover turns into a goal from Shane the other way.
Nice little shot by Shane. That was a quick little. They turned that one up big time.
Before you joined, I made a couple of stupid predictions that have no basis in fact or data, just based on my gut feeling, and my gut's been off today. But prediction number one, I think they're double digits on both teams to end the game. Prediction number two, I think that Sinkhole comes out a little flat to start the game with not much to play for, and that Tsunami out-hustles them today. How are you feeling about those predictions?
I mean, I think they're solid. I mean, right now, I think they were pretty confident going in. I think right now they're just trying to build some pride. But I mean, right now, the way Tsunami's been playing, they've been battling the last couple of weeks, and I think that they just want to really feel really good going into the playoffs and have a little bit of momentum. So I think that could be spot on.
Well, we'll see. I think you're just being kind because I think that That was a great save by Tim there. Quick shot by Brad. But I'm just throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks right now. Alex
just
easily
gonna,
turns away a long shot by Rob.
I'm gonna log off real quick and switch my phone real quick. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Sounds good. Oh, Kyle tries to jump that pass, doesn't get there in time. Rob with a good shot, but goes a little wide. Jeff tries to squeeze it in, but Tim's leg pad is there. Rob Anders with the puck now. The mayor. Good pass to Kyle. Kyle with the one time gets blocked by Rob Maston. Rob Maston dumps it into the corner. Rob Anders, the mayor, takes it. Sets up to Shane. Shane's got Reddit cutting. Tries to get it to him, but looks like it goes out of play. Burt falling for the puck from the stage. Gets it back over to Teal. OG Jake's got the puck. He's looking at rookie Jake, but whistle comes a little late, and then opportunity's not there anymore. Reddit gets it to rookie Jake on the cut. Rookie Jake with the puck now after slowing it down a bit. Puts a good shot off of Alex. Good cut by rookie Jake. Oh, Reddit with a good pass, but Jake can't handle it. Maybe a little bit behind him. Tim way out to challenge that. And Brad plays some good defense, and it gets back down to Alex. Brad's looking to move it the other way. Brad gets it to, good pass to Keller there, but actually maybe a skip pass over to Jeff, and Jeff puts it home. 2-1 with in the advantage of the True Blue with 8.5 minutes to play. I think, Shane, you've rejoined me here?
Yeah, I'm just trying to switch so I can update the score bug. It wasn't working on my iPad, so I'm switching to my phone.
All right. Oh, great pass by Keller to Lally. Lally with a shot that goes a little bit wide. OG Jake sends it up to Rookie Jake. Rookie Jake puts it home past Alex. Alex got a piece of it, but not enough, and it goes into the net. Great shot by Jake. Great pass by OG Jake. Just good all-around team play by Tsunami there, and we're tied up at 2-2 with 8 minutes to play in the first period. If you need me to run scorebug, just let me know. I've got it up on my phone.
If you can do it for right now, I'm just it's making me re-download Sheets, so I'm gonna.
Oh, no
It
worries.
wasn't working straight from my iPad. I'll get it in 1 sec.
No worries. Although I'm looking down at my phone and not at the game, so let me know if I miss anything good. All right, so looks like OG Jake tries a shot there.
Right there.
Good pass to Reddit, but just a little bit in front of him, and he can't capitalize on a shot there. They're double teaming Brad behind the net, and it pays off for them. Jake to Jake. Keller blocks Jake there. OG Jake tries to center it in front of Alex, but a little too tight. Brad with a good shot that goes off of Tim. Tim with a better save. Lally's camping out in the paint. Brad tries to get it to him, goes through his feet, a little bit of a bouncing puck. And Tim with the cover. About 7 minutes to play in the first. Reddit with a great pass. Oh, Jake with a good shot. Alex with a better save. Brad with a long shot. Jake blocks it. Lally tries to get it out of there, but Jake steals it. Jake gets it over to rookie Jake. Reddit with the puck, tries to backhand. Alex shuts it down. Reddit tries to pass it over to OG Jake, but Jake wasn't in the spot where he thought it was. Oh, great cross-court pass to Keller, but Keller can't put it home.
That was a nice little
Rookie
find
Jake.
by Brad. I mean, he had Keller cutting.
Nice stick there by Brad, it looks like. But yeah, you're right. It was a great cross-court pass. It just maybe a little tight in on Tim, not enough room to work with.
And I don't think he was really expecting that pass. I think it just kind of caught him by surprise. It was right on his stick.
I think there were 5 people on the court that got caught by surprise that weren't wearing helmets. OG Jake with a shot from distance, trying to score on his cousin there. Jake with another shot. Goes a little bit wide there. Rookie Jake's got the puck. Got Reddit out on the point. He's got OG Jake cutting on the backside. Alex puts a stick out to try to block the passing lane. Loses the stick there for a minute there. That was kind of dangerous. Brad gives it, looking for maybe a give and go. Keller loses it. Rookie Jake's got Reddit cutting. Alex with a stick out there again to try to shut down those passing lanes. Rookie Jake over to Reddit. or OG Jake rather. Reddit tries to make a move on Lally. He's got a little bit of help defense by him. Puts a shot right in the middle of Alex. Alex with a good save there, good position. Oh, good pass by rookie Jake there, but it looks like it went right between OG Jake and Reddit. I'm not sure who it was to, and they can't put it home.
Oh,
Alex
nice little
flashed in
save
the leather.
right there.
Yeah, flash in the leather on rookie Jake there. Snags out of the air. Rob with a one-timer. Tim with a great block, or a save, rather. Kyle over to Jake. Jake gets blocked by Rob Maston. Jake gets blocked by George. Kyle with the puck. Rob hot on his heels. Oh, bad bounce. Unlucky. And just like that, it's 3-2 sinkhole.
And I got the store bug up and running, so I can take over if you need me to.
All right, great. I'm going to keep my phone screen off to try to preserve battery. I called the earlier game, and I didn't have a full battery, and I was sitting in my car for the 8:30 game charging my phone to try to get through the 9:30. And as I'm rambling, Brad just absolutely ties up Tim. I mean, that was impressive. Nothing Tim could do about that.
No, I mean, having Brad that wide open with no one around there, I mean, that was pretty.
We've got Rob Anders and Shane on the court. Oh, good opportunity for Rob Maston there. But good defense by Tsunami. George cutting on the backside. Rob Anders tries to turn it away, but it gets through. Oh! Falls behind Tim, and Rob Maston puts it home. And just like that, it's a 5-2 game for Sinkhole Sidewinders. I think my prediction of them coming out flat was dead wrong.
Yeah, that was right through the wickets right there.
Yeah, that was a hustle goal. You know, that's what I mean. Like, they're coming out flat was wrong. It wasn't a finesse goal. It wasn't a skill goal. I mean, it was a skillful play, but the reason they scored that goal was because they were in the right spot. They were moving their feet, and they hustled their way to get there.
And it was unfortunate. I mean, I'm looking right at Tim, and I think he thought he had it right in between his pads, and it just dropped behind him.
Yeah, 2 unlucky goals for Tim in a row there. He's got to shake those off. You know, I wouldn't let them get to me if I were him, or I'd try not to. It's easier said than done. I was a goalie for a while, and I was never the best at that, but.
And it's tough. I mean, I played with Tim last year, and you got to keep his spirits up, because eventually you see the body language of him looking defeated out there. Ooh, that one is.
Again, second chance opportunity for Blue. And, Tim was a little turned around on that one. You almost wondered if that body language you were talking about contributed to that one.
Yeah, it was body language. I think he thought he was beat on that initial shot that went right off the post, and I couldn't even see. That was bang bang. I couldn't tell if that went under the bar or not, but it didn't matter. Ball does not lie.
Ball don't lie. Puck don't lie either. Shane with the puck here. He's got OG Jake and the mayor on the court with him. We got Lally and Keller and George on the court for the other folks, the Blue. Alex with an easy save. Keller gets it up to Lally. Lally with the shot goes wide. George, excuse me, tries to corral it, but the mayor steals it from him. Loses it to Keller. Excuse me again. I'll try not to cough in your ears all night, folks. George with an attempt over to Lally. It was a good look, but Shane read it and shot it down. The mayor with the puck here. Let's see if he tries to make a dangle on him. He tries a little bit, but Keller shuts it down. Keller over to George. George with a bit of a move, goes into the corner. Jake on his heels. Jake comes out with it. Shot on Alex. Goes wide. Lally with a great pass over to George. George with the second chance doesn't find it. Can't quite see what's happening on my near boards here. It looks like the mayor has it with Lally on him. Gets there over to Jake. Jake with a long shot. Alex fights it out of the air. Brad's back on the court now. He's got the puck. Shane's on him. Brad with that fancy dribbling. Goes off of Shane. Lally with it. Brad's calling for it in the middle. Jake on him. Gets over to Andrew. Andrew the shot. Goes high and wide.
Oh, right off the face.
And I wasn't even watching the clock. And just like that, first period's over. 6-2, Sinkhole Sidewinders. You know, what are you seeing so far in the first?
Well, I think you were spot on at first with them coming out strong. I mean, they were Tsunami tacticians were looking. I mean, the ball was in the offensive zone most of the time. They were flying around, and then 1 to 2 unlucky bounces, and the next thing you know, it's just they couldn't stop them. I mean, they couldn't sustain any offense anymore, and they started playing on their heels. So, your prediction was looking great for the first 5 minutes, and then I think it all went to hell after that.
Yeah, you know, I still think that there's a lot of firepower on the floor for Tsunami. So my other prediction of both of them getting to double digits, looking really good for Sinkhole. For Tsunami, you know, they got a little bit of a hole to dig out of, but you know, Alex he's playing a great season. I mean, you got to tip your hat to Alex. You know, you got to wonder how many goalie of the season nominations or votes he's going to be getting. He's been playing a heck of a season, but you know, we'll see if Tsunami can find his number.
And I mean, they settled down. I mean, the Sinkhole Sidewinders, I think at first they were playing a little lackadaisical, and then they just started asserting their dominance. And they started passing the ball a little bit more, cutting to net, and just out hustling a team that is built on hustle. So it was just, they totally flipped the script on them that last 10 minutes of that period.
Yeah, and with that in mind, it looks like the starting lineup for the second period here for Tsunami is that hustle line. You got both Jakes and Reddit on the floor. You know, there's going to be a lot of movement. There's going to be a lot of cutting. There's going to be a lot of, you know, I expect to see a lot of hustle to at least begin the second period. But you know, we've got 30 more minutes to play, and you know, can they sustain it? Can they come in hot and keep it going for another 30? Looks like on the other side, on the Sinkhole Sidewinder side, we got Maston, Jeff, and Brad. And just like that, Tsunami is already making it difficult for Sinkhole with that movement. Oh, 2-on-1 going the other way. Jake fights it off. A little bit of a loose puck in the middle there. Jeff tries that patented shot. Looks like it goes a little bit wide. Reddit loses the edge there.
I think he got it deflected a little bit to the side. I think someone in front kicked it out.
Alex with great position there to make what makes it look like an easy save, but is anything but routine. Reddit giving Jeff a little bit of a hard time there. Rookie Jake calling for some help on Brad. Brad cutting to the net. Rob takes a shot. Goes wide. Reddit's got the puck. He gets it up to Rookie Jake. Rookie Jake's got OG Jake cutting and Reddit cutting. Tries to put a shot on. I think it gets lost in traffic there before it misses the net. Alex again blocking that passing lane. Tim with a save. Alex giving him a little bit of kudos. I can hear from up here. Jake puts it into the corner. Reddit's getting it. Rookie Jake's calling for it. Goes to him. Rookie Jake's trying to make a move on Brad. Brad blocks him. Fights it through to OG Jake, but Andrew on him. Rookie Jake and Brad again. That's a matchup to watch tonight, folks, between the Jake and Brad. Looks like that went off of Reddit, maybe?
I think Reddit or Lally, one of them two just absorbed that shot.
Whoever it was is gonna feel that one tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard the little pleasantries in the background, but he did. According to Alex, it did not feel good.
Oh, Reddit with his rebound opportunity. Him and Lally going at it. Gets it over to Brad. Brad with a nice move to get some space on Reddit. Brad with another move and a shot. Long shot, and Tim turns it aside. Oh, but second chance for Lally, and Lally puts it home. Crowd loves it. And by the crowd, I think I mean the blue bench. There's really nobody left on the stage. A stat keeper and a couple of stragglers. Oh, tic tac
Oh,
toe,
wow.
and Tim. I'm not sure if Tim got a piece of that or if Lally missed, but
I think
it
it
was
went
a
a little
great play.
wide on that one. He just pushed it. He pushed it wide.
Tsunami with the puck. Kyle running deep into his own zone. And errant pass to rookie Jake. Brad gets it, puts another shot on Tim. Tim turns it aside, but can't control the rebound, but gets the shot attempt by Keller. Kyle with a shot attempt goes wide. Lally and Reddick going at it again. Trickles out to Keller, and Keller puts it high. Rookie Jake will take the freeze. We've got George. Oh, looks like that hits the post. Looks like a little bit of confusion out there. I'm not sure what was going on there before that freeze shot.
I looked away, so I totally missed it as well. So my apologies.
No, you're good. All right, Brad's got it. He's sending it over to Keller. Keller's got George on the doorstep. Gives it to George. George tries a backhand. Tim turns it aside. Good play by Tim there.
They're just toying with them right now, though. I mean, they're just out hustling, out moving. It's hard to watch at this point.
Yeah, Rob beats Kyle to the puck there. Rob's got 2 on him. Brad played a little bit of a pick there on Kyle, trying to post up a little bit, trying to give Rob some help. Rob sends it back into the corner. Reddit makes a move on George. A little bit too much for Reddit, though. It goes over to Maston. Maston gets it up to Brad. Brad turns it over to Kyle. Kyle tries to put it on to Alex. Got Reddit cutting. Got rookie Jake with the puck now. Jake tries to make a move on Rob. Gets it through finally, but Rob disrupts it enough to take off the timing, and Jake tries again. Same thing. Brad and Rob on a 2-on-none. Reddit tries it on the back check. Disrupts it enough to...
Oh, nice little rebound.
Good rebound and good, backhand there by Jake. Makes it a 7-3 game with, 10 minutes in the second period. I mean, Sinkhole is dominating this right now, and it's surprising me that we still have another 10 minutes to play in the second.
Well, hopefully this will get a little bit of shot of life in tacticians.
Yeah, I don't. We need to start doing broadcasts next to the stat keep or something, because I'd love to see how many saves Tim has already. Because it feels like that he's been being peppered for the last 20 minutes, and it feels like it's been 40 minutes. Brad with the puck here, takes a shot, hits the top of the net. Great top shelf goal by Brad there, 8-3.
You can't give him that much time at the top of the key like that.
George giving Rob a little bit of trouble in the corner. Maybe a little bit of space. Rob gets it over to Kyle. Kyle's got Shane cutting. Takes the shot. Goes wide. Shane takes a shot. Gets blocked by Jeff. Shane tries to get control of it. Trickles out. Gets to Brad, rather. Alex covers it up. Sends it up to Brad. Kyle's on him. Great pass over to Jeff. Makes him stretch a little bit for it. Jeff gets it back over to George. George got Brad behind the net. He gives it to him. Brad's got 2 on him. Gets it back over to George. George with a shot. Looks like it hits Brad. Brad back to George. You said it earlier. It feels like they're toying with them a little bit.
It's just, I mean, they're setting up the offense. They're spreading it out wide, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. I mean, Tim is playing a pretty good game despite it, but
nothing he could do about that one. Brad and Jeff on a 2-on-1. Brad with the perfect pass to Jeff, and Jeff with a better shot. I mean, just beautiful pass and just a picture perfect shot. Somebody might want to clip that one because that was pretty.
Moved them side to side. And put it right to the corner. There's nothing you could do. Oh, that was a nice little nifty goal by OG Jake.
Yeah, Jake says, we need to get ourselves back into this here. He knows his cousin. He knows his moves. I think they're cousins. Either way, they know each other well. Kurt moves him over to the center of the circle. Jake tries it again. He was trying to get Lightning to strike twice in the same spot, but instead Jeff tries to reverse it and give the pass over to Brad for the one-timer. The Mayor over to Shane. Shane's got OG Jake cutting. He's got the Mayor moving towards the near post. Alex with a good save. Shane on the doorstep. Tries to get it to him, but it backs him up into his own zone. Gives it over to OG Jake, who goes off the post. Jake is putting it on net. Looks like Jeff gets a piece of that. Keller tries to make something happen with it, but Jake with the back check. Jake gets it up to Shane. Shane's got Rob with him. Tries to get it over to Rob, it looked like, or maybe it was a stop, but it went in between Rob and the net. Rob's got Brad on him, takes a quick shot, goes wide. Jeff's got it now. He's got some, I think Jeff's got it. And puts it home past Tim. 10-4 Sinkhole Sidewinders, 6 minutes and 12 seconds to play in the second period.
Well, part of your predictions, right? We already got double digits on one side, so now we just got to get the tacticians to step it up.
Yeah, maybe I should just stop making predictions. I predict that I will not learn my lesson and continue to make predictions.
I think that's fine. It makes it more fun.
Kind of like gambling, right? You know, you got to put some skin on the line. Which is probably the next iteration of this league. We need to get some RFHL gambling going, you know, like some RFHL books.
Set some lines. Yeah, set some lines.
Yeah. Little over-under.
I like it. I like it.
Please bet responsibly. Jake brings it up. Had Reddit in front of him. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication between the two of them. Reddit was not in the best spot for Jake, and Jake didn't really give him a lot of room to work with. Jake on the other side, fighting with Lally. Reddit up to rookie Jake. Jake with a beautiful pass to Reddit, and Alex with a great save.
That was a great play. I mean, that was pretty. Just even better save.
I'm impressed with Lally's spacing and positioning right now. I mean, like, he is moving to the right spot to give himself distance and space. And as I'm commending him, Jake with another great opportunity on the other side.
No, he's definitely improving his draft status for the next couple seasons because he's been playing an amazing role player, finishing when he needs to, and like you said, he's spreading the floor and just be in the right spot at the right time. Not even hustling on
another post. Is that another post?
It looks like another one. I think it's like 3 or 4 tonight.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 this period. Oh, good pass up to Brad, but better defense by OG Jake. Gets it up to rookie Jake. Rookie Jake tries to get up to Reddit. Alex gets a piece of it. Reddit and Jake on Brad here. Maybe a little bit of physical there. Now they all give him space, which you can't do with Brad. They're kind of triangulating around him, though, so that they're giving him space in a low-angle shot. Now they're double teaming him.
It looks like they're trying to make others beat them, but others are beating them. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation.
Yeah, and that's probably why they're the 1 seed. Jake to Jake. Jake's got Reddit on the doorstep, but getting harassed by Sinkhole. Sinkhole is playing some tight defense right now. Jake hits Reddit. Literally.
Yeah, he's hurting a little bit on the one.
Tsunami's trying to spread a little bit. Jake sends a wide shot. Brad's got the puck now. Looks like we're going to double team on Brad again. And Rob with the long one-timer gets stopped by Tim. Good save by Tim.
I think what's most impressive to me right now about Sinkhole is that they're playing amazing help defense right now. So, like, even when they give them a shot, they're relieving each other. They're making them push it wide, and it's pretty impressive to watch this game right now. They're playing like the 1 seed for sure.
Absolutely. Good look by Jake there to Reddit, but just can't handle it. Jake back to Jake. Rookie Jake with the puck here. He's got OG Jake cutting Reddit on the doorstep again. Reddit's been camping out down there, and it just hasn't been working for them. I don't know if they need to try something different. Rebound off the far wall. Alex controls it. Now, the one time that he probably should have been on the doorstep, he wasn't.
There's another post.
Oh, beautiful shot by Jake there. Beautiful top corner. I think that was top corner. It looked like that from up here.
Yeah, it was glove side top.
End of 5, sinkhole. Shane's on the floor now with Kyle and Reddit for Tsunami. Long shot that goes in. And just like that, it's a 4-goal game. 10-6 with 1 minute and 48 seconds to play in the second period. You know, things can change quickly in the RFHL.
A lot of time left.
Reddit tries a long shot. Looks like it's blocked out in front. Rob with the puck here. Kyle on him.
They could actually hit off Kyle, if I'm not mistaken.
Tsunami's been blocking their own shots quite a bit this game. Shane with a turnover. Oh, that was a great opportunity. Great shot by Shane. Just goes a little high and wide. Kyle with the backhand attempt. Alex easily turns that one away. Jeff goes back behind the net to Rob. Rob tries a long shot on Tim, goes wide. Kyle corrals it. Kyle's got a couple with him, but he's got George on him. Kyle over to Reddit. Reddit makes a move, tries a shot. Alex controls it. Rob gets it up to
under a minute.
Rob gets over to Keller. Keller tries to go in deep, but gets it back over in his own zone to Rob. Rob tries to get back up to Keller, but goes past him. Kyle with it now with 36 seconds to play. Kyle up to Shane. Shane's got Reddit camping out again. Jeff tries to clear him out of the zone. Oh, that was a good look by Reddit, but just goes past Shane. Shane back to Reddit. Reddit got Kyle cutting. Passes behind him. Tsunami just hasn't been on the same page as each other so far this game.
No, but it looks like they're having. Looks like they got a little bit of lights in the last couple goals. So I think it's been. Oh, and there you go.
I mean, that's the firepower on this team, though. Like, they have not been playing like a full team. They have not been playing with great chemistry, and they still have 7 goals. You know, like in 2 periods.
They capitalize. They capitalize on turnovers. They can bury it if you're not paying attention. And any one of them can score at any point on the court. So I mean, that's a recipe for disaster in this league, especially with how quick everything can turn and how short the rinks are.
You know, I'm going to be interested to see how the third period starts. I think if Tsunami can get another goal quick, you know, before Sinkhole gets a goal, you know, I think it's who gets the next goal. If Tsunami gets the next goal, then I think this becomes a very interesting game very quickly. If Sinkhole gets the next goal, then, you know, I think it'll take some of the wind out of Tsunami's sails.
You can get out of hand quickly, yeah, for sure.
You know, it's hard to say. I mean, you know, I feel like maybe I'm overstating it with 15 minutes to play still, but, you know, and only a 3-goal game. But this next goal feels very, very important to me.
It definitely is. I mean, Tsunami's needs to build on some momentum and continue what they did. I mean, they scored, I think, 3 out of the last 4 goals to end that period. So, I mean, if they can get another one that makes it a 2-goal game, and anything can happen. So, I think you're 100% right. I think that the next goal is I don't want to say the next goal wins it, but it feels like it's pretty close.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a few waning seconds here in the intermission between periods. The Zambonis are off the ice. And we've got Tim looking like he's trying to dial it in there, and Alex rehydrating. You know, Alex has only been playing so well this season that it almost feels like the 7 goals he's let in so far is a bit of an anomaly for him right now. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'd love to. Actually, I do have the stats in front of me. Let me see what his goals against average is this season.
At least in the last end of the last couple games of the season, like he really dialed it in. So I think you're probably spot on.
Yeah, his goals against average is only 7.5, 7.4. So he's already like a 0.4 away from his goals against average. And
and there
a great move. Started it out. Third period starts out with a goal for Tsunami Tacticians in less than 10 seconds of the period. 10-8, 2-goal game. This is a whole different hockey game now.
It is. It is. They're playing with some confidence right now, and that's dangerous for a team like that with that much firepower.
We got Rob on Jake here. We've got Jake, and the mayor for Tsunami. We've got Brad, Keller, and Maston for the mayor with a great move there. Alex with a tough save and a great job making sure that he doesn't give up a rebound on that because he had some tacticians on the doorstep.
You forget how silky his mitts can be at times. It doesn't look like it, and then he just dangles around you.
Absolutely. He's got Keller on him right now. He gives it up to Jake. Jake loses it, gets it over to the other Jake. Rookie Jake with a long shot that goes off of Alex's stick. Rob with the rebound. Oh, is that a high stick call?
I think it was a high stick. I think he called it on the backswing.
Rookie Jake. Oh, Keller with great defense on there. Great block shot. There, two of them are going at it, trying to control the puck. Keller gets a shot off, but goes wide. Rob gets it over to Brad. Brad's in real tight on Tim here. Tries, maybe he might be thinking wraparound, but he's got a tactician on both sides of the net. Alex with another save. Puck goes wide there. Jake tries to get it from Brad. Brad's got the puck here behind the net. He's bringing it out slowly, trying to see what his options are. I'd watch his backhand. Oh, Jake with an interesting
that was a great little play
there.
Yeah, that was a great little play. Oh, and he almost found Rob back door.
Alex got a stick out there again, watching that passing lane. Yeah.
Oh.
Teams are starting to play a little more aggressive here, a little more intense.
Well, definitely sense of urgency coming out with tacticians. I mean, they were back against the wall. They're fighting and clawing back. So, I mean, they're really trying to up the tempo right now.
Brad with a shot here on a breakaway with the Maston. Oh, great pass, but just a little outside the reach of Maston. Maston got Brad behind him. If he wants to get back to him, he does. Brad's got George stretching the floor on the other side. He's dribbling. He's got Rookie Jake on him. Rookie Jake does not have a ton of urgency on Brad there, but I think he's playing good position and making sure that he doesn't let Brad pass him. The mayor gets it up to Kyle. Kyle takes a quick shot, goes wide.
I mean, if I'm the sinkhole, I'm trying to slow it down. Slow it down, establish your offense. I mean, Tsunami tacticians want to play fast and they want to play quick. So I think if you can slow it down, take them out of their game, make them play positional defense, that's how they take this game back. But they're not doing it right now, and they're clawing away, and we got a 2-goal game.
It's the second time Rob's tried a backdoor pass, and Alex has had his stick in the passing lane. I don't think Alex got a piece of it the first time, but Alex is waiting for that. He's watching that. I'm still trying to figure out what Jake did on that defensive play there. I want to watch that on the YouTube app tomorrow and figure out what he did because that was weird.
Oh, there you go. That's what they needed to get momentum back.
11-8 sinkhole, 11 minutes to play. A lot of time for a 3-goal game, regardless of who's on the floor.
That was a great play by Lally. Found George in the back door and just fed him.
Oh, Alex again. Oh, man. If there's an enforcer on the floor, I think Reddit might watch out. Shane gets the puck here. Alex almost got caught there with his stick in the passing lane. Shane loses it to Brad. Brad's got no help right now. Puts it wide past Tim. Dangerous, though. It wasn't that wide. Shane with a nifty pass over to Kyle. Kyle's got Reddit on the doorstep again with good position on Brad. Gets it to Reddit. Reddit tries a backhand, but Alex turns it away. Brad with a long shot. Tim with a great save there. Holy cow. That could have easily been a goal. Meanwhile, Shane puts it a little wide, or high, rather. Reddit and Brad starting to go at it a little bit politely. Did that go off the post? Did that go in, or is there a save?
I don't know. That was close. It was very quick.
No whistle, so looks like it was off the post and not in.
Yeah, I mean, it
Puck's
was
live.
right off. It made a loud noise, so I don't think it hit off the back unit.
Jeff's on the floor now. We'll watch his quick shot. Well, he tries the quick shot, but goes high. Jake with the puck here. He's got Shane across him and Reddit behind him. Tries to get it to Shane. Oh, it was a nice pass, but Shane can't control it. Gets it back over to Jake. Jake tries a one-timer. Shane gets it back. Shane's got Reddit in the paint, but Brad on him. Not sure I would give it to Reddit here with Brad on his hip. Cycling through. Shane to Reddit to Jake. Almost. Brad and Jake going almost into the boards there. He turns over to Reddit, and Reddit capitalizes. Rare turnover by Brad there. He had Jake pressuring him from the other side, and it's a 2-goal game again, 11-9.
That was a great
Can you hear me
by
still?
Jake. Yeah, that was a great play by Jake to just disrupt Brad on that play.
Another solid save by Tim there. I was just asking because I got so excited I knocked my phone over.
No, you were still. It sounded fine. It came out clear.
All right, cool. All right, Jake with the puck back here. Sends it into the corner for Reddit. Reddit's got the mayor cutting, and Alex has got his stick in the passing lane as usual. Reddit's got Jake cutting around the other side. He tries to get it over to maybe a little bit of a scrum in front, but Alex controls it. Man, great one-timer by Jeff. Another great save by Tim. Tim is really standing tall in this third period. Reddit gets deflected off of Jeff. Jake in the corner with Keller on him. He's got 2 tacticians on the doorstep. Now Rob makes a little bit of space, and the puck goes back into the tsunami zone. Gets it up to Reddit. Good pass there. Reddit tries to get it maybe to Rob. Alex disrupts it. Oh, Rob had a chance there, but Brad disrupts it. Brad's open on the far side if gets it to him, but he doesn't see him or doesn't want it. Alex with the cover. Somebody's going to get on Brad there. The mayor looks like he's trying to shut down that passing lane. Saved by Tim, maybe off the face mask.
Yeah, it was right off the mask.
A little bit of a bouncing puck right now. It's neither team seems to be controlling it. It's kind of feels a little frenetic. I have to agree with you. I think if I'm Sinkhole, I'm trying to slow this down, but they're certainly not right now. I don't know if Tsunami's not letting them slow it down or if that's just not their game plan, but they're not slowing it down right now, and Sinkhole is definitely staying in it with 2 goals to go. Rookie Jake's on the floor now. Jake on Brad, Brad on Jake. Jake with the backhand attempt. Reddit with a rebound
Great
attempt.
save.
And Alex
Great
stands
save by
tall on
Alex.
both of them.
Yeah, great save to put that leg pad down there. Reddit had it, and he took it away.
Rob with a good pass over to Reddit. Reddit's got Rob on him. He's got Jake with good position.
Ooh. That was the post. Or was that off? I couldn't tell if it was off the post or if it was off the net in the back. It hit some sort of metal. I just couldn't tell where it seeped through.
Jake with the puck here. He's got Reddit cutting with nobody on him. Rob trailing Reddit. Oh! Alex just pokes it out of there. Reddit had a quality chance there. Maybe I'm wrong about Reddit standing on the doorstep. Maybe he needs to do that more because it's definitely working for them right now.
He's disrupting up front for sure, and he's really getting in and close to Alex, and it's really kind of throwing Alex off his game.
11-9 in Thinkpole's favor. 5 minutes and 45 seconds to play in the third. Reddit with the turnover, trying to get in tight on Alex, get the back over to Jake. Jake's got a lot of time, and he puts it home past Alex. That was the right decision by Reddit there. He was in too tight on Alex, didn't have the angles. Jake was wide open at the top of the key and puts it home.
Totally unselfish hockey play right there.
Absolutely. Still gets the point for the assist. Jake tries a backhand on Alex. It's only a 1-goal game now. Tim
Look
has
at
been
that. Your
really...
prediction landed, my friend.
Yeah, at least one of them. 1 out of 2, right? If I had 2 out of 3, then Meatloaf would say one wasn't too bad. Kyle tries to make a move in tight, but George, known for his defense, turns that down. or at least on the pod he was saying he's known for his defense. Brad with a risky turnover there, and Brad makes it a 2-goal game again. 12-10 for the Sinkhole Sidewinders.
That was unfortunate for Rob. That was unfortunate. Yeah. He tried to play it in the middle. He had the outside. If he just pulled it to his backhand and went around him, he would have been scot-free, but he put it in the wrong spot to the wrong player.
A little bit of confusion or some disgruntled thoughts over there. Looks like maybe Jake went into the zone before the 3-second count, or maybe there wasn't supposed to be a 3-second count. Rob with a long shot goes wide.
Get to the whistle or something. I don't know what it was.
All right, Tsunami with the puck now. Jake with it, Rob on him. Kyle cycling through. Jake with a move to his backhand, tries a backhand shot on Alex. Alex turns it away. Jake still with it, fighting through. He gets it over the screen in the front of the net, but Alex with the leg pad in front and controls the rebound. Brad now trying to show his own hustle. We've got Lally on the backside. Rob behind him. Tsunami's playing a little bit of zone defense here.
I mean, as much as we've been saying that they need to slow it down, that's the right move. I mean, you can take advantage of all their men down low, and then try to take advantage of Tim not expecting it. That's the only other acceptable offense other than slowing it down.
Absolutely. Brad's got it now here, and you want to talk about somebody who can score quickly. He doesn't even need time on the clock sometimes. Alex with a poke check. Kyle tries to go backhand on him, but Alex recovers. Lally with it now. Tries to maybe get it over to Jeff, who was cutting through. Jake forces the turnover. Jake's got Shane and Kyle with him. He's looking at his options. I would expect a shot on net here. And I'm wrong. He passes to Kyle. Kyle puts it wide. Kyle puts it into the corner. Jeff's got it. Shane's on him. It looks like Tsunami's trying to double team everyone with the puck right now, which let Brad have the puck all alone there for a second. Shane with a long shot. Alex easily turns it away. Brad gets up to Lally. Pops fly high in the air. Lally still with it. Got Jake on him. Jake tries to force the turnover, but it gets over to Jeff. Jeff puts it home. And it's a 3-goal game with 2 minutes and 18 seconds to play in the third period. You know, we talked a lot about the firepower on Tsunami Tacticians and how all of them can score. I mean, Sinkhole's got the same thing going for them right now. I mean, maybe not like as talented top to bottom, but like you said earlier, they're making the rest of the team beat them, and the rest of the team is beating them.
And they play like a team, and they have a lot of good finishers. I mean, they don't have a lot of guys that are gonna razzle dazzle other than Brad and make you miss and make you silly. But the guys, if they're on the doorstep, they can bury it. And then they got a couple big shots from deep, so they're just a very complete team.
Yeah, I mean, even not in the doorstep, but like Jeff's got a good long shot, Maston's got a good long shot. You know, I think they've got more talent than people give them credit for. Reddit with the puck out in front. Reddit tries the backhand attempt. Alex with good positioning there. Gets over to Brad. Brad with a long shot attempt. Tim somewhat easily turns it away. Jake with a long shot that goes in. Another 2-goal game now. Refs have to stop the clock here. The clock is running. There we go. It's minute 4 now. They lost maybe 3 seconds off the clock there, but it's 13-11. Less than 5 goals, and the clock stops on the stoppages. 1 minute and 1 second to play now. Last minute to play in the third period. 2-goal game. Still anybody's game. Looks like now Sinkhole's going to try to slow it down a little bit and possess a little bit more. Kyle forced the turnover. Gets the take out in front. Alex disrupts it, and the Sinkhole back check gets it. Jake tries to make a move here. Running out of time. 40 seconds left to play. Jake gets over to Reddit. Goes between Reddit's legs. Reddit's got Kyle in front of the net. Turns it over to Jeff. Loose puck in front, but Alex covers it up. 30 seconds to play in the third. Jeff with a long shot. Goes high and behind the net. Reddit over to Kyle. Kyle misses it. Jeff tries a quick shot. Keller now looks maybe to kill behind the net. Tim covers. 14 seconds to play. Long shot there. Alex with another save. George with 6 seconds left. He's trying to kill some time. Puts it into the far corner. Reddit with 3 seconds left. 2, 1. And that, my friends, is the game. This was a more exciting game than it was looking like it was going to be for a minute there, but Sinkhole still walks away with the win, and Tsunami walks away with more questions.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you from this, I mean, I think both teams can take away good vibes moving into the playoffs. I mean, you got Sinkhole sit there and said they were battle tested. You thought they were going to come out flat, but they got tested. They held true. They played their game, and they won in the end pretty handily from just a defensive perspective. But on the flip side, for Tsunami Tacticians, if they didn't go down big in the first period, I mean, they could have had this game. It just got out of control at the end of the first period, and they just couldn't recover. So I think a lot of good momentum going into the playoffs for both teams, and it'll be real interesting to see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm really impressed with Tsunami Tacticians' grit. They had a big deficit there, and they just chipped away at it, and they just kept fighting and chipping away at it, and they just played a great game. But you're right, that deficit ends up being a little more than they could overcome in the end. And as for Sinkhole, they're the number 1 seed for a reason. I think they're the best team in the league right now. But yeah, if I have one criticism, it felt a little bit like they were toying with them at one point, and they took their foot off the gas.
Yeah. I mean, great game all in all. It's always a pleasure calling with you. I think we're getting what do you call it? Played off. Jeff is giving me
all right, the music is playing. All right. Well, is it Wednesday yet?